He looked at LV Chilean, and his expression became serious. Then what do we do? If you don't leave my divine sense see, I won't be in the mood to do my thing, and I will even delay you. He looked at LV Chilean, and his expression became serious. Then what do we do? If you don't leave my divine sense see, I won't be in the mood to do my thing, and I will even delay you. Think of it slowly, but I can't do it that way. LV Chilean's attitude was extremely firm, even though it was only a union of the soul. She definitely could not tolerate it, even though she did not hate Qin Xiang very much. Qin Xiang took a light breath, as if he had decided on something, and said to LV Chilean, Even if I can't tolerate you. If you want to be strong, come at me. LV Chilean immediately jumped up and distanced himself from Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang, there were some contradictions between you and I in the past, but didn't we resolve it later on? Furthermore, we get along well now. I have long regarded you as my good friend, and you are also my savior. In the future, I will continue to repay you. When LV Chilean said these words, it proved that she was terrified. She didn't want her own soul to be violated by Qin Xiang. Forget it. Then let's just wait like this. Qin Xiang sighed, laid on the ground, and looked up at the sky. LV Chilean heaved a sigh of relief. She had almost been scared to death by Qin Xiang, because in here, she had no way of resisting. The GODS join method that you mentioned can only be kissed, right? After LV Chilean asked this question, his face was slightly red. I think we can. Let's give it a try. Anyway, we've already truly kissed on the body. Qin Xiang suddenly became spirited, causing him to curse a few times in his heart. Thinking back to that previous feeling, LV Chilean still cherished it a little. This time, it was she who walked closer to Qin Xiang, whispering, Only engaged ones. Don't act recklessly. Don't be so rough. Having just finished speaking, Qin Xiang pulled her into his embrace. Looking at her beautiful face, he lightly touched it, then lowered his head and grabbed her sweet, fragrant lips. The last time LV Chilean had kissed her, she wasn't as immature as before. Under Qin Xiang's guidance, she became extremely proficient, her sweet tongue pandering to Qin Xiang's teasing, as she wriggled her lips and sucked. After a while, LV Chilean wanted to struggle free, because Qin Xiang was not training at all, but taking advantage of her. What made her afraid was, she did not know why, but she had that desire. We can't continue. LV Chilean suddenly felt his body heating up. It was the same for Qin Xiang. It was a little hotter than her. Brat, let me go. LV Chilean's clothes had already disappeared. Under the control of Qin Xiang's mind, her soul turned into the original state. It's over. LV Chilean felt her body being petted greedily by Qin Xiang and knew that Qin Xiang had already fallen into the abyss of evil desire. She did not know why, but her heart was also filled with desire, and she suspected that it was because she was in Qin Xiang's divine sense see and was affected by Qin Xiang's strong evil will. I'll kill you. LV Chilean clenched his teeth and said, then cried out in pain, although it was a soul, but the feeling was extremely real. Qin Xiang and LV Chilean laid on the beach, entangled together. The waves that kept on cross, H-I, plus ing into her body gradually weakened. Their souls merged with each other, and in a very wonderful state, their minds were relaxed, causing the two of them to sink into the sea. Qin Xiang started to revolve the GODS join method, because in this state it was best to do so. 10 days pa-s, said just like that, but Qin Xiang and LV Chilean felt like 2 hours had passed. That kind of wonderful feeling made them forget about time. Qin Xiang looked at the dried-up divine sense sea, covered his head, and said, I never thought that I would lose so much divine power in one go. Divine sense sea had become very shallow, and at first glance he could see a dry, cracked ground. The blue sky had already been covered by a layer of filth, and the mountain peaks on the island were originally green, but now they were completely barren. LV Chilean's face was rosy. Her entire body was filled with spirit energy and surrounded by holy light. At this moment, she could release her clothes by herself, and she was no longer under the control of Chen Xiang's divine will. She did not expect the DS join method to be so powerful. Your foundation has not wavered. You just need to absorb some saint force, and you will be fine. At this moment, her relations, H.I. plus P with Qin Xiang had become very subtle. Qin Xiang chuckled. You should be able to leave now, right? LV Chilean nodded. Her current appearance was as though something had never happened between her and Qin Xiang. After that, she turned into a ray of white light and disappeared within Qin Xiang's divine sense sea. Inside the valley, the water flowed, birds cried, and the fragrance of flowers wafted. LV Chilean finally came out from Qin Xiang's divine sense sea. Looking at the real world, she couldn't help but think of the illusory world inside Chen Xiang's divine sense sea. However, the things that happened inside were incomparably real, especially the bone-eating infatuation she had with Chen Xiang when she was at the seaside, which made her feel like she was experiencing it firsthand. Didn't you say to kill me? Qin Xiang said smilingly when he saw the intoxicated red on LV Chilean's face, as if he had seen through her thoughts. Humph. LV Chilean said crisply, then took out a stage for immortal Yuxian Dan. Quickly eat it. You are extremely weak right now. Qin Xiang laughed and opened his mouth, indicating that LV Chilean should feed him. Ned Brat, I truly want to kill you. LV Chilean cursed as she placed the Yuxian Dan into his mouth. As expected of the 100 Flowers Emperor, he was almost squeezed dry by you. Chen Xiang swallowed the pellet, smiled, and said, You probably can't bear to kill me now, right? Let's do it a few more times with your cultivation speed. Your soul will quickly catch up to mine. LV Chilean turned his head, turned his face towards Qin Xiang, and said faintly, Is this really no harm to you? That kind of increasing speed made LV Chilean worry for Qin Xiang. No, if our souls are equal, then it will be beneficial to both of us, and we will need to train with the two souls to be able to unleash the G. DS join method. If one side has too much of a difference, the stronger side will quickly help him make up for it. Back then, after Long Shui had cultivated with him a few times, Long Shui would occasionally look for him. LV Chilean did not say much. Let's go back. She brought Chen Xiang up to a transmission array, then activated it and returned to the secret room in Hundreds of Flowers Palace. After Chen Xiang ate that piece of Yuxian Dan, the divine sense seemed to have gotten better and became more spirited. You're in a hurry to get back. You need my help. LV Chilean asked. No need. Your Hundreds of Flowers Palace better not be involved in this matter too much. I don't want you and your 10 heavens supreme Lord to be targeted by some powerful people. Qin Xiang caressed her face and laughed. I can handle my own matters. LV Chilean slapped his hand away and said in a low voice, Then when you use poison, you should be careful. Right now, the Sky region are already involved. After Qin Xiang left the Hundreds of Flowers Palace, he had already obtained the alive, slain method. But he did not have the time to try and condense those creation divine liquid yet. After Qin Xiang left the Hundreds of Flowers Palace, he had already obtained the alive slain method. But he did not have the time to try and condense those creation divine liquid yet. The distribution of power in DTian had changed a lot. Qin Xiang understood that many of the stronger powers in DTian had no choice but to bow their heads to the stronger powers in the 9 heavens. However, the Super Martial School did not. When Chen Xiang heard the news, he was shocked. The Super Martial School was considered stronger. Even with Gu Dongqin and Wu Kaming leading, it would still be difficult to deal with the powerful immortal becoming realm rankers, but they managed to hold on, causing Chen Xiang to suspect that there was an even stronger person supporting the Super Martial School. The dragon subduing city has been destroyed. I can only walk to the evil dragon graveyard now. Qin Xiang heard that not only was the dragon subduing city destroyed, but during the Great Battle, it also affected the nearby Pill City, and even turned that place into a wasteland. This Ditian was very big, and the area that Chen Xiang was currently in was also the demon realm. If he wanted to go to the evil dragon graveyard, he could only teleport to the city closest to the evil dragon graveyard, and then head there by himself. He was teleported to the continent of the king. This place was the closest to the evil dragon graveyard, and with the help of the power of the spatial laws, he could reach the evil dragon graveyard even faster. I wonder what's going on with Dad. Is the mysterious tomb still sealed? There was a very powerful barrier and a super dragon vein there. Chen Xiang had spent a lot of effort to get in, but his father and his clansmen were all stationed there, and they had grasped many things, so if they were to rely on that super dragon vein, they should also become strong. However, they were unable to come out because their character was to protect the mysterious tomb. Ditian was still as mysterious as ever. The 10 Heavens Supreme Lord's Emperor's tomb was right here, but even now, he still did not know the exact location. On the way to the evil dragon graveyard, Qin Xiang met a large group of people. This group of people were all not weak, so when they rushed to the evil dragon graveyard, Chen Xiang could not help but suspect that they were going to attack the evil dragon graveyard. However, when he got closer, he realized that this group of people were all from the Dragon Subduing School S. It was just that they were disguised as from other sects and did not look like them at all. Only the elite disciples would understand why these 10,000 elite disciples are out there. They are Xiao Dao's troops. Chen Xiang did not immediately go over, but chose to stay at a distance to follow him. Very quickly, he found Yun Xiaodao in the crowd, which made him extremely happy. Yun Xiaodao had become very strong. He was in the middle stage of the Immortal King stage. "Xiaodao, it's me," Qin Xiang said as he sent a sound transmission to Yun Xiaodao. "What are you doing? Shouldn't all of you be in the evil dragon graveyard right now?" When Yun Xiaodao heard the sound transmission that suddenly came in his ears, he was wild with joy, but on the surface he maintained a calm expression. He only ordered the vice leader to continue leading the way, while he sprinted towards the forest not far away. "Elder brother Shen, it's really you." Seeing Chen Xiang's familiar smiling face, Yun Xiaodao immediately rushed forward to embrace her. "Where are old Zhu and the others? Are they all right?" Qin Xiang laughed. "None of them died." Yun Xiaodao grinned. "Our lives are very tough. It's just that everyone will get hurt occasionally, that's all." Originally, Yun Xiaodao had felt very heavy on the road because they were about to face a strong wave of power. But now that Chen Xiang had returned, he felt that even if the sky collapsed, he did not need to worry. "Aren't you all inside the evil dragon graveyard?" Qin Xiang asked again. "It was originally, but we came out for other important matters, mainly to secretly destroy some large powers' garrisons and to make a big mess of their condensed power. This way, we can delay their main attack, but for some reason, we don't know why now, a group of powerful night deviless are causing a ruckus in the vicinity of the evil dragon graveyard." Yun Xiaodao said, "If they were to launch an all-out attack, would they be able to break through evil dragon graveyard? How is evil dragon graveyard's defense now?" Qin Xiang asked. Yun Xiaodao sighed. "If they were to launch an all-out attack, no matter how powerful the evil dragon graveyard is, there would be a certain amount of damage. In the past few decades, we have been attacked many times, and every 3 times, they would be the ones to break through the outer defenses of the evil dragon graveyard and attack our dragon subduing school. This time they have won over many powers and the great night devil's humanoid night devil, so I am not allowed to gather all of the elites that are outside." Qin Xiang did not expect the evil dragon graveyard to not only fail, but had also had its defenses broken and almost destroyed. He frowned and asked, "How much power do they have gathered this time?" Yun Xiaodao said with a grave expression on his face. Yan Yao and Lan Lan heard from the outside that Imperial Dragon Race, Fire Divine Palace, Devil Suppressing Divine Palace, Xia Family, Heaven Sword City, Divine Artisan Mountain Villa, Myriad Dan Immortal Country, more than a dozen saints, and Tong Tian Aristocratic Family S are the core strength. Then they even called over several hundred of the immortal palaces and more than a dozen great immortal countries. Elder brother Shin, luckily you came back. If not, I'm afraid we would have to leave this time. Yun Xiaodao said, "Thank you for your hard work." Chen Xiang patted Yun Xiaodao's shoulders. He was feeling a lot of pressure now. "I'm not going back first. I never expected them to gather so much energy. I need to get some help too." "Yes." Yun Xiaodao nodded. He had heard that there were two very strong elders in the dragon subduing school. One was the great clan elder, and the other was the rarely seen female, very high elder. Are Duanming and the rest in the dragon subduing school now? Qin Xiang asked. Yes, it's all thanks to him that the dragon subduing school was able to resolve the crisis. Qin Xiang took out tens of millions of kilograms of holy stone and a large number of immortal pellets, and gave them to Yun Xiaodao. Bring all of these back, and then let the two of you discuss how to distribute them. The total attack that they are planning to prepare ought to be for a period of time, yet we still have some time. All these years, although the Long family has not helped us, they have secretly given us many high-level weapons and armor. They would be used on our elite disciples to make them stronger. Yun Xiaodao tore off his clothes so that Qin Xiang could see the soft armor on him. It was refined from the holy armored lion's holy armor. At first, LV Chilian gave Xue Xianxian a lot of it and used it to refine these armor. When Chen Xiang thought about this, he took out the holy armored lion's scales and bones and handed them over to Yun Xiaodao. You must think of a way to deliver this to the Long family and hand it over to Xianxian. Not only were there the skeletons and scales of some holy beasts, there were also the materials that he had ordered Red Cloud and Ji Linger to buy were all high-grade items. After parting with Yun Xiaodao, Qin Xiang changed his direction and returned to the city of the king, preparing to head towards the original Chen martial continent. He was going to find the White Tiger. Dragon subduing school was besieged by such a powerful force. He did not plan to drag along the Dragon Guy and the Super Martial School, nor any power that he could call upon. Even if the hundreds of Flowers Palace joined in, he was afraid that it would be difficult to resist such a powerful offensive. Dragon subduing school was besieged by such a powerful force. He did not plan to drag along the Dragon Guy and the Super Martial School, nor any power that he could call upon. Even if the hundreds of Flowers Palace joined in, he was afraid that it would be difficult to resist such a powerful offensive. The White Tiger Profound Realm was above the Chun Martial Continent. Although there were a lot of changes here, Qin Xiang still remembered the way. After he arrived near the Profound Realm, he teleported into the White Tiger Profound Realm. White Tiger Profound Realm was still as relaxed as before. Although there was a very powerful White Tiger fighting race inside, there was no killing intent at all. Qin Xiang, who had already entered the Immortal Becoming Realm, was able to easily capture the White Tiger's aura. After sensing the White Tiger's location, he traveled through SPAC again until he arrived underneath the huge tree. Come on up. The White Tiger had also discovered him and sent him a telepathic message. Qin Xiang came to a tree hole on the tree. The White Tiger and Baijan were inside, with faint smiles on their faces. They seemed to have already guessed that Qin Xiang would come. It's been so many years. I never thought that you would become so strong. I'm afraid Baijan is no longer your opponent. The White Tiger laughed. You must have gained a lot in the Nine Heaven world. Qin Xiang did not hold back, sat on a wooden chair and laughed. You are the great clan elder of the Dragon Subduing School. If I come now, you should know my purpose for coming here. The White Tiger nodded, smiled, and looked at Baijan. It's been a long time since our White Tiger fighting race has truly fought. It's time to let that group of brats experience the world. Now, Qin Xiang asked, I'll go prepare it now. Baijan laughed and left the cave. After Baijan left, the White Tiger asked in a deep voice, I heard that you went to that heaven realm and stayed there for more than 200 years. What did you see there? Saint beasts, very powerful saint beasts. There are a lot of them. Qin Xiang said, The white tiger walked to the entrance of the tree and looked into the distance. Thinking back, it said, "That's right. There are indeed many powerful saint beasts in that place, but as far as I know, the strongest is still a group of humans." He turned around, looked at Qinxiang, and asked again, "Didn't you meet that human in the sky?" Qinxiang said, "I did. The reason I was able to improve so quickly was because I was in Tiandu City and I had a few strong heaven people with me." "Senior, back then 10 Heaven's Supreme Lord was attacked by those people from the realm of Flame Heaven. Wasn't that war caused by the realm of Flame Heaven?" Qinxiang asked, "Back then, Chi S H I plus was very powerful, and he had even grasped such a terrifying thing as the heavenly alchemy. Above Ditian, he had directly absorbed a large amount of 9 Heavens' immortal aura to refine pills, and sometimes he had even selected a few stars. If this goes on, the 9 Heavens will only grow stronger and stronger, threatening the safety of their heavenly realm. Therefore, before Chi S H I plus even discovered the heavenly realm, they had already secretly joined hands with a few heavenly realms and descended together to the 9 Heavens. This led to a huge war with Chi S H I plus, who had a lot of loyal subordinates and friends. But 10 Heaven's Supreme Lord Chi S H I plus is very strong. Almost all of his subordinates have been annihilated, and his strength alone is enough to resist those Sky Region fellows for a very long time." Qinxiang asked, "According to the clues that I know, the death of 10 Heaven's Supreme Lord is still a mystery. In the end, he abandoned the green dragon demon-slain broadsword, established his own emperor's tomb, and established his own 10 heavenly sacred mountain." The white tiger shook its head. "No, it's the H-E-L-L Devil Emperor, the great emperor who manages the entire infernal realm." Qinxiang took in a deep breath. This reminded him of the night devil H-E-L-L. Because of the great war that happened in the primordial era, that place broke through H-L-L, opening up a gap that was difficult to make up. It caused the entire sacred beast's ancient realm to be destroyed. I heard about the night devil H-E-L-L as well. I even went to the sacred beast's ancient realm, and when I returned, I went past the entrance to H-L-L. Qinxiang frowned. Now even night devil H-E-L-L's people have come to attack my dragon subduing school. I wonder why. Why did the H-E-L-L Devil Emperor attack the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord? The H-E-L-L Devil Emperor is very strong. The H-E-L-L he governs is spread throughout all realms and the heaven and above. After the deaths of those heinous people, as long as their souls are still alive, they will be sucked into H-E-L-L. Powerful evil spirits are one of the powers that maintain the flow of energy in the infernal realm. Chi S H-I plus S-men are very strong in the 9 heaven world, so because of the excessive killing, they would enter the infernal realm after their deaths. So some of the managers in the infernal realm wanted their souls, and then they would collude with some of the people in the heaven realm. As Qinxiang listened up to this point, he had already guessed that the matter of 10 Heaven's Supreme Lord blasting open the gates of H-L back then was not that simple. Therefore, the moment Chi S H-I plus S subordinates died, their souls would immediately disappear. Chi S H-I plus, who had the control of the heaven-earth killing method, could have kept all of those souls and resurrected them. The special care of the infernal realm left Chi S H-I plus powerless to reverse the situation. I wonder how he found a weak point in S-P-A-C and lured a large group of sky realm rankers to a great battle in the sacred beast's ancient realm. He blasted a hole there, broke into the infernal realm, and killed a few H-E-L-L demons who were in charge of collecting souls. Using the heavenly alchemy, he refined a large amount of evil spirits from the infernal realm into pills. Qinxiang took a few deep breaths. 10 Heaven's Supreme Lord had actually done this before. It's no big deal. Why didn't you tell me before? Qinxiang curled his lips and asked. It's mainly because of that little white dragon in your body. If she finds out about this, the consequences will be even worse. The white tiger said, that small dragon probably went to Imperial Dragon Race to cause trouble, so I'm not afraid to tell you these secrets. What does it have to do with her? Chun Xiang was very confused. Even though she knows a lot of things, they are all inheritances of her memories. The white tiger laughed. You believe in her inheritance of memories. Memories usually only come from memories that are more important. She must have told you a lot of random things. Do you think that is also inheritance of memories? How could a newly born creature be able to bear so many inheritance of memories? Then what's the matter with her? Chun Xiang thought about it, and felt that Long Shui was very mysterious too. She seemed to be a disappointed person. Her memories were awakening bit by bit. I only know that this little dragon has a great relations. Hi plus P with Chi S, Hi plus. Chi S, Hi plus S body was beheaded by the L Devil Emperor, but his soul was brought into L, and I heard that it was suppressed there. If she knew the whereabouts of Chi S Hi plus S soul a long time ago, she would definitely encourage you to go. Even if you didn't go, she would have gone as well. The white tiger said seriously, with your current strength, if you go to L, there's only death. Although the L Devil Emperor is unable to cover up that loophole, don't doubt his strength. Back then, in the 9 heavens, even the experts of the heavenly realm were unable to do anything to Chi S, Hi plus. However, when L Devil Emperor only said that he wanted to capture him personally, Chi S, Hi plus had already started to prepare for the future and isolate the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword, and the other divine weapons on his body. He had Pa S said on the heaven-earth killing method and the heavenly alchemy to them, so he knew very well that he had no chance of winning against the L Devil Emperor. Chi S, Hi plus S soul is still in L. You absolutely must not tell that little dragon about this. Chun Xiang was very curious. Just what is the relations? Hi plus P between her and Chi S, Hi plus? The white tiger frowned, as if it was considering whether to tell Chun Xiang or not. Okay, I can tell you, but you must not tell that little dragon. The white tiger's tone was very serious. Seeing Chun Xiang nodding his head heavily, it said in a low voice, Chi S Hi plus has the important white dragon item in his hand. That item is tied up with Chi S Hi plus a soul. What's this? Chun Xiang was even more curious now. Divine deity. The white tiger said in a deep voice, I suspect that the little dragon that hid you in your body in the past was the heavenly dragon supreme lord back then. It can be considered a divine dragon with its own divine deity. I wonder what kind of thing Chi S Hi plus used to trade with her, to borrow her divine deity, allowing Chi S Hi plus to obtain very powerful strength. When Heavenly Dragon Supreme, Lord, cultivated her divine deity, many dragons called her Dragon Emperor, and because of this, many holy dragons became dissatisfied. Those holy dragons fought for more benefits, and in the end, they joined hands to annihilate the entire white dragon tribe. Chun Xiang was shocked in her heart, and she took a few deep breaths to calm herself down. This means that she died because she didn't have any divine deity. The white tiger shook its head. This is only one of the reasons. I think that the people of L and the heavenly realm have secretly made their move as well. Her dragon body was split up between the heavenly and holy dragons, and her soul is sent to the infernal realm. But from the looks of it, her soul didn't go to the infernal realm. In the past, when Long Shui always said that he was the heavenly dragon supreme lord, Chun Xiang thought that she was just bragging. He never thought that it was actually true, and when he thought back to Long Shui's abnormal rate of improvement, he felt that it was a little abnormal. However, Long Shui had always misled him, saying that the imperial dragon race was like this, making him feel that it was very normal, especially when he often trained in DS join method with Long Shui. His improvement was so quick. This was because Long Shui herself had a very powerful soul. She was not a newborn little dragon at all, but a genuine ancestral dragon. Within the endless heaven realm, there are only a few who discovered strong life forms. Those few are the strongest humans and beasts in the heaven realm, and they are about the same as the 9 emperors and 5 venerables back in the day, not that much stronger. However, there are only a few who manage to cultivate divine deity, and they can't even be cultivated in the 10 days Great Yenjing. The White Tiger said, since that dragon has been reborn, it probably won't be easy for it to cultivate divine deity, so she knows the whereabouts of Chi SHI plus S soul and will definitely go and retrieve her divine deity. Senior, what about you? Have you managed to cultivate divine deity yet? Chen Xiang asked curiously. I almost managed to cultivate it, but who would have known that it would be so unlucky? Because I was Chi SHI plus S master, and was also targeted by the L Devil Emperor. I killed too many people while I was still alive, so after being killed I took a walk around the infernal realm. The White Tiger sighed. That's why you have to be careful. Don't get targeted by the L Devil Emperor. Qin Xiang had left him for more than 10 days. Logically speaking, he should have already found the Imperial Dragon race and made some movements, but there was no news of him at all. Qin Xiang had left him for more than 10 days. Logically speaking, he should have already found the Imperial Dragon race and made some movements, but there was no news of him at all. When launching their total attack on the evil dragon graveyard, the Imperial Dragon race was the main force. When the strong, huge dragons attacked together and used their strong abilities, it made Chen Xiang feel terrified. I will have Baijian prepare to attack at any time. Take this thing when the battle starts, just throw it into the air, and then we will immediately come over. The White Tiger gave a pearl to Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang received the pearl, and the White Tiger held onto his shoulder, warned him once again. Remember, you must not tell that White Dragon about what I told you before. With your current strength, you and her are still unable to contend against that terrifying HLL. I know. Qin Xiang nodded his head heavily. After leaving the White Tiger profound realm, Chen Xiang looked in the direction of the Devil Continent. There was a mysterious ancient tomb there, where his father and clansmen were. He wanted to go and see them, but he was a little worried that he wouldn't be able to return when the evil dragon graveyard was attacked. There's still some time. I should go to profound cold ancient realm to have a look. That place should have some other secrets. Qin Xiang suddenly thought of the powerful, profound, cold ancient realm. The profound being S inside had sealed a large amount of precious things, and his own philosophic stone had opened up from within, along with that heaven-suppressed immortal monument. Legend has it that the great Yenjing did not dare to enter the depths of profound, cold ancient realm for 10 days, and the White Tiger also confirmed this point. Back then, before the profound, cold, ancient realm was frozen, it was already an extraordinary place. It was rumored that 10 Heaven's Supreme Lord had already died and could not be resurrected. However, after the White Tiger told him that 10 Heaven's Supreme Lord's soul was still in HLL, he felt that it was possible that 10 Heaven's Supreme Lord would be resurrected. Moreover, that 10 Heavenly Sacred Mountain might have been a pretense. He started to suspect that the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord's tomb was inside that profound, cold, ancient realm. Chen Xiang came to the city of the king and left a secret note there. Soon enough, he contacted Huang Jintian, and the two met in a relatively dilapidated part of the city. Inside a shabby little house, Huang Jintian was wolfing down a beast meat. The moment Qin Xiang walked in and saw the beast meat, he knew it was holy beast meat. Without saying a word, he reached out and grabbed a large piece of it. The meat of these saint beasts is much better than the meat of the golden rock. Huang Jintian laughed out loud. Master, what did you find? Qin Xiang asked. He wanted to know the exact total attack time of those big powers. There are a lot of forces surrounding evil dragon graveyard. Furthermore, those fellows who initiated this operation don't feel that their powers are sufficient and are currently trying to recruit more factions. At that time, there might be a huge battle. Huang Jintian's face became gloomy. He did not even have any appetite. 1. Tea when eating meat. What heaven region are they all from? Chen Xiang had just returned from the Absolute Monarch Sanctuary not long ago, so it was impossible for the Absolute Monarch Sanctuary to partake. 1. P8. There are 3 heavenly regions. The heavenly region of holy ice, the heavenly evil realm, and another one that seems like the heavenly region of holy thunder. They all seem to be very powerful. Heavenly evil realm. Evil Emperor went to this heaven realm. I wonder if he is still inside. Qin Xiang was a little shocked. Evil Emperor is 10 Heaven's Supreme Lord's friend. I wonder if he will appear this time. Huang Jintian shook his head. That's hard to say, but when experts from the Sky region attack, without the power of the 9 emperors and 5 venerables back then, they wouldn't be able to resist. I wonder when they will launch the offensive. Qin Xiang asked. It's best if the time is correct. 5 months. I've snuck into their core region and used some methods. I heard that the 3 Sky Realm Warriors still need some time to open the spatial tunnel, so there'll be a lot of people from the 3 realms by then. Huang Jintian said, Your evil dragon graveyard is in danger. They're determined to take down that dragon vein, because after Ditian was reborn, it has become a lot higher level. The Devil Continent also has a dragon vein. Why didn't they go and take it? Qin Xiang snorted. You're talking about the place that came to the mortal world, right? That place is the tomb of A.G.O.D., and that G.O.D. is half dead. If they go there to cause trouble, then that guy would revive and they would all die. Huang Jintian said, Master, you should know about the tomb. My father and the others are inside. Qin Xiang asked anxiously, How much do you know about the G.O.D. graveyard? Huang Jintian said, I do not know much, but they are all recorded in some ancient books of my undead race. Many of the old people in the 9 heaven world know a little, but no one dares to touch the tomb. It is said that the people guarding the tomb are all very strong, and your father and the rest have already become tomb watchers. There are still 5 months, are you sure? Qin Xiang asked. Of course I'm sure. Only a few people from the 3 heavenly realms can make it here. If they want to obtain the dragon fountain and capture you alive, they need to have sufficient strength. Therefore, they have to open a huge SPAC gate. Huang Jintian said with certainty. What? You want to cultivate in seclusion for a while? Qin Xiang shook his head. I want to make a trip to the profound, cold, ancient realm. Do you remember when we were being hunted by a group of beasts in the Absolute Monarch Sanctuary? I released those small pills, which were refined using the profound Bing S in the profound, cold, ancient realm. That was the annihilating ice seal Dan. Even though 200 years had passed, said, Huang Jintian still vividly remembered that kind of small pill's power, which made Huang Jintian extremely envious. He was sure that the small ice bee, ALL, S. Qin Xiang had refined now, were definitely even more powerful. Ha ha! I'm going there to find a large number of profound Bing and use those to refine even more powerful, destructive ice seal Dan. When the time comes, I'll hide outside their dimensional door. Once the door is opened, a large number of them will go over. Chen Xiang laughed sinisterly. Master, you don't have much to do here. Let's go together. He patted him on the shoulder with a malicious look on his face. Huang Jintian curled his lips. I remember you opening up a lot of good stuff in those profound Bing. I've asked around about those profound Bing, and I found out that there are a lot of good things that can be broken out from within. If I can get them out from inside, but I can give you some. I have a lot of holy stone with me. When the time comes, I can use holy stone to exchange for them. Qin Xiang laughed. Give it to me. Huang Jintian thought for a moment, then shouted, 50 kilograms of holy stone. I'll go with you when the time comes and there's good stuff. I don't want it. In Huang Jintian's knowledge, There should be a lot of holy stone with a weight of 500,000 kilograms. He felt that even if Chen Xiang could take it out, his heart would still ache. Who knew that Chen Xiang would throw out a storage bag and say, "Deal, it's settled." This was indeed the first time he had seen so many holy stone. The little bit he had seen in the quarry back then made him and Mauer feel that there were a lot of benefits, let alone this much. This was indeed the first time he had seen so many holy stone. The little bit he had seen in the quarry back then made him and Mauer feel that there were a lot of benefits, let alone this much. "Brat, do you have a lot of holy stone, S?" Only now did Huang Jintian know that he had underestimated Chen Xiang. He never thought that Chen Xiang would actually be able to fish up so many holy stone S from inside the capital. Not much, just a few million Jin. Chun Xiang smiled faintly. "With the help of Cat, you will definitely get more good stuff." Huang Jintian snorted. "I secretly gave some bones and scales of a holy beast to the little girl. Xian Xian in your name. Since you have so many holy stone, you should give me some. Furthermore, I'm your master. It's perfectly justified for you to be filial to me." "Really? How much did you send Xian Xian?" Was rather happy about it. Refiners were the same as the alchemist. Familiarity makes perfect, with so many good materials to refine. Shui Xian Xian and the others would definitely be very happy. There are dozens of saint beasts. If you don't believe me, go ask them. After Huang Jintian finished speaking, he reached out his hand for Chen Xiang to give him some more holy stone. Chen Xiang took out another 500,000 caddies and threw it at Huang Jintian, causing him to reveal a satisfied smile. "Aren't you going to go back and meet Xian Xian, the little girl? But even if you want to meet her now, I'm afraid that it won't be easy to do so. She must have been hidden away by the Long family. Who knows if the Heaven Realm will capture her or force you to hand over the Dragon Fountain." Huang Jintian shook his head and sighed. "If they dare to do this, I will do everything in my power to kill them." Chun Xiang's expression turned cold. Huang Jintian knew that Chen Xiang had something as powerful as super old poison. If Chen Xiang was a little stronger with the help of super old poison, it would be extremely terrifying. Now, they no longer have any intentions of hitting you green, dragon, demon-slain broadsword. They already know that it's difficult to separate you from them. But that group of idiots actually didn't know about it. Huang Jintian laughed. "When are you leaving for profound, cold, ancient realm?" Chun Xiang thought for a while. "Before I go to profound, cold, ancient realm, I need to go somewhere else to see an old friend." "You want to take me there?" Huang Jintian asked. "Of course. I'll take you to broaden your horizons. There's also a very mysterious area in Ditian." Chun Xiang laughed. The super old sacred land was located in a dangerous region of the continent of the king. The danger there right now was nothing much to Chun Xiang and Huang Jintian. "Isn't this the super old sacred land? I've been here before." Huang Jintian said. "You're only here, but you're not in a deep place." Chun Xiang grabbed his arm, then traveled through S.P.A.C. to the place full of ruins. Back then, when Chun Xiang brought Lu Menger and her group in to find the primordial Audiobook, other than the ruins, everything inside was filled with danger. There was also a powerful blue dragon guarding this place. This place. It's a completely different world. Could it be a heavenly domain? Huang Jintian was a little shocked. He sensed that the aura here did not absorb any immortal energy. It did not seem like it was in the Nine Heaven world. "Lan Song, Lan Song." Chun Xiang shouted loudly towards the surroundings. Lan Song was a mysterious blue dragon. His strength was very strong, and at that time Chun Xiang exchanged his blood ginseng with. "What are you shouting for? You, where have you been all these years? I almost forgot about you." Lan Song appeared. He looked like a middle-aged man wearing a blue robe and had an impatient look on his face. When Huang Jintian saw Lan Song, he said, "What a powerful dragon!" Sensing the dragon slaying qi on Huang Jintian's body, Lan Song frowned. You want to kill me? How many dragons have you killed? Huang Jintian laughed. I don't really remember. The dragons I kill are very annoying, but you don't hate them, so I'm too lazy to take action. Lan Song laughed out loud. Those dragons that I hate the most should be Imperial Dragon Race's dragons. Chun Xiang said, Old Blue, Imperial Dragon Race, wants to besiege me. Are you going to help me or not? Lan Song immediately asked, Are there any rewards? It's really not enough. You still need to pay for it. Chun Xiang curled his lips. Then forget it. Di Tian appeared on top of everyone today. This place will soon be discovered by others. When that happens, my mission will be completed. Lan Song yawned. It's been so many years since I slept all day. Huang Jintian asked curiously, Why are you guarding this place? What kind of place is this world? I can't say. Lan Song shook his head. I can only tell you this is not Sky Region, but a place even more terrifying than Sky Region. Chun Xiang took out a pearl that held a thunder soul and said, Tell me where this place is, then help me beat up some annoying fellows. This thunder soul is yours. The more thunder soul that Lan Song trained in, the better it was for him. Looking at the pearl that was holding the thunder soul, it was like a hooligan seeing a beautiful lady without clothes. No, I can't leave here. I promised that person that I won't tell anyone about this. Lan Song took a deep breath. Chun Xiang kept the thunder soul beads. He had taken these from the Thunder Tao Double Venerables, so it didn't matter if he gave them to Lan Song. After all, he could get a strong helper. Then forget it. Just as Chun Xiang was about to put away the thunder soul, Lan Song quickly stopped him and said smilingly, All right, even if I were to break my promise, that person still wouldn't know. Even if that person knew that I obtained the thunder soul, he definitely wouldn't blame me. Hearing him say that, Chun Xiang and Huang Jintian looked at him in disdain. Who is that person? Huang Jintian asked anxiously. He said that he is a divine blacksmith and that he is a brother of our dragon clan's Azure Dragon. He saved me and is very powerful, so I promised him that I will protect this place. If anyone comes in, I will lead them to a dangerous place and send them to their deaths. Lan Song said. Chun Xiang was not too surprised. The last time he came here with Lu Menger, he found that divine book. Then what about this place? Chun Xiang asked. What the H-E-L is this place without immortal energy? How do you survive? Lan Song sighed. I know that this place is called the Divine Land. The divine artisan old man told me that there is a huge door hidden here, and I can go to a very powerful place. So that's the case. It seems that many powerful fellows have been here before. Chun Xiang said. There are many of them, but I have been guiding them in the most dangerous direction. They should be dead by now. Lan Song laughed. He did not feel any guilt at all. Chun Xiang needed these kind of dark and gloomy people to deal with the powers of the Imperial Dragon Race. Since Lan Song could stay here for such a long time, he must have many powerful cultivation methods. Chun Xiang needed these kind of dark and gloomy people to deal with the powers of the Imperial Dragon Race. Since Lan Song could stay here for such a long time, he must have many powerful cultivation methods. How can I contact you when the time comes? I don't need you to do anything now. Chun Xiang asked. Lan Song took out a small scale that looked like a S-H-E-L-L. This is Long Bay. When you need me, use this to contact me. When the time comes, you should know how to use it. Lan Song said. Chun Xiang kept Long Bay and chatted with him for a while, before he left the place with Huang Jintian. The profound ice city was located inside the profound, cold, ancient realm. It was only through a few formations that one could make the inside warm up and imitate sunlight. Otherwise, ordinary people would definitely freeze to death here. This was the Fire Divine Palace's territory, and Chun Xiang had been sealed here for a period of time. I never thought that the profound, cold, ancient realm would become colder and colder. What's going on? I wonder if this place has anything to do with the Saint Ice Realm? When Chen Xiang and Huang Jintian just got out of the city, they felt the cold weather outside was much worse than before. At this time, inside profound cold ancient realm, there was a blizzard all day. Without any strength, it was difficult to even move an inch in this place, and there were also dangers lurking around. This might be because Di Tian has returned. All that is being absorbed here is the power of the Holy Spirit. It must be powerful. It seems like without the power of an immortal, no one can wander around here. Even the mortal monarch, if we wander around, would be in danger, said as the ice shards Tia's face, causing him to feel an ice-cold pain. He had no choice but to release a protective Hi plus ELD of air to block them. On the other hand, Qin Xiang was fine. It was just that the snow and wind here was heavy, causing them to advance very slowly. No wonder there are so few profound beings now. Without sufficient strength, it would be difficult to find one. Qin Xiang said he had just released Suzaku Fire Wing, but very quickly the ice and snow that was flying towards him were exterminated. The ice and snow in this place were extremely powerful. Those flames that Chen Xiang had released with his divine power were all extinguished. The sacred fire might not be extinguished, but it would consume too much energy. Huang Jintian laughed. Quickly think of a way. Chen Xiang took out a golden small boat. This was what he had obtained from others in the past. Qin Xiang and Huang Jintian entered the cabin. Inside was a small warm hall, and through the window they could see the strong wind howling outside. Good stuff. Why didn't you take it out earlier? Huang Jintian drank some hot water and asked worriedly, Will your boat be buried by the snow? There is Hi plus ELD outside the boat, and the snow cannot cover it. Qin Xiang said he poured spirit chi into the boat. The boat moved smoothly. Its speed was extremely fast. The environment of the profound, cold, ancient realm had become so vile. Chen Xiang did not expect this at all, and this had increased the difficulty of his search for profound being to such an extent. In this situation, how are we to find the profound being? Huang Jintian sighed. Let's go inside and take a look first. The blizzard should stop. Qin Xiang said he came here not only to find profound being, but also to see what secrets were hidden inside. Huang Jintian comfortably leaned against a chair covered in beast skins, drinking hot water, seemingly not wanting to leave the cabin at all. Master, does your old undead race have any records about this place? Qin Xiang asked. Let me see. Huang Jintian took out a thick book, and like a small box, he opened it one page at a time. Qin Xiang moved closer to take a look. This book was very strange. There was no paper on it. Every page was a transparent yet hard crystal slice. There were many pieces in a book, but there was nothing on the book. This is an ancient book of our undead race. There are many things written on it that we use our consciousness to look through. You are not from undead race, so you cannot see what is written on it. Huang Jintian laughed. We of the undead race have a small hobby. We just like to record many big events that happen in the history of the undead race. Oh, then is it 10 Heavens Supreme Lord's business? Qin Xiang's heart jumped. He anxiously asked. He already knew a thing or two about 10 Heavens Supreme Lord. He wanted to see if it was the same as what the white tiger said. Huang Jintian shook his head and sighed. There is, but I don't know which page was locked on. How can I open it? Qin Xiang stood behind Huang Jintian, looking at the crystal pages and using his chaos divine eye. He still couldn't see anything. A very powerful divine sense. Huang Jintian said, I train in the divine way, and now I have the immortal becoming realm. It should be enough. Qin Xiang said excitedly, I will lend you my Ji. Oh, D power. Huang Jintian's eyes lit up. He anxiously flipped to the sealed page and saw that it was black. Once I get rid of those black stuff, I can look at the contents inside. The entire page should have a lot of content on it. The things recorded on the page are usually the major events of thousands or tens of thousands of years. Huang Jintian said. Chun Xiang exclaimed. This undead race's life mission was to record big events in history. There are still many empty pages at the back that I need to record. Huang Jintian was a little helpless. I'm just a lazy kid, I'm busy. Chun Xiang pressed down on Huang Jintian's head, and then used the method of soul-absorbing devil spell to pour his divine power into Huang Jintian's sea of consciousness. Brat, your divine power is so powerful. Huang Jintian turned pale with fright. Little by little, you brought so many people in all of a sudden. Do you want to take my life? You're so weak. Chun Xiang laughed. The amount of divine force that he had transferred and decreased. Huang Jintian's eyes shot out 2 rays of golden light, S-H-I, +ning on the black page. The black color gradually turned into black and scattered. The page gradually became transparent. When he was completely transparent, Chun Xiang withdrew his divine power. At this time his brows were knitted tightly, and when he looked at the thing on the page, he could tell that there were many shocking things hidden inside. Chun Xiang quietly called out from the side, Master. Master. Huang Jintian did not pay attention to him. His expression became more solemn, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. This made Chun Xiang's heart itch. Huang Jintian saw many incredible things. Chun Xiang impatiently waited for an hour before he closed the book. His face was filled with shock, and Chun Xiang rarely saw him with such an expression. What's written on it? Quick, tell me. Chun Xiang was already curious to death. Seeing that Huang Jintian had finally finished reading, he anxiously asked, shaking Huang Jintian's body. Huang Jintian sighed. I never thought it would actually be like this. It's too scary. Don't keep me guessing. Hurry up and tell me. Chun Xiang shouted. This. You're sure you want to hear it? Huang Jintian frowned. That's not a good thing. Speak. Even if it wasn't anything good, it wasn't anything good to Chun Xiang. He had experienced many bad things before. Speak. Even if it wasn't anything good, it wasn't anything good to Chun Xiang. He had experienced many bad things before. There's not as much inside as I thought. Huang Jintian said. First tell me what you have been very curious about. It has to do with the 10 heavens, Supreme Lord. Chun Xiang patiently listened. He wanted to see if what Huang Jintian said was the same as what the white tiger said. Huang Jintian carefully narrated some of the unknown things that happened in the 10 heavens Supreme Lord. It was just like what the white tiger said. The 10 heavens Supreme Lord was killed by the H-L Devil Emperor. Their physical bodies were still there, and their souls were suppressed in H-L. Did you mention where 10 heavens Supreme Lord's corpse went? Chun Xiang cared more about this. After thinking about it again and again, he felt that 10 heavens Supreme Lord's corpse was most likely hidden here. Huang Jintian saw that Chun Xiang was not surprised at all and said, You must have known about this a long time ago, right? Your purpose in coming here, is it to search for 10 heavens Supreme Lord's corpse? Chun Xiang laughed. I don't know much either. I'm still not sure where the real Emperor's tomb is. I just think it's possible that they are here. You guessed it right. The 10 heavens Supreme Lord is hiding inside this profound, cold, ancient realm. Huang Jintian said. According to the records above, it's not easy to enter that place, but with the green dragon demon-slain broadsword and the divine weapons you have, it might be easier for you. Chun Xiang was overjoyed and asked anxiously, Is there a specific location? Huang Jintian shook his head. I didn't say, but we should be able to find it because the records above still have information about the profound, cold, ancient realm. The profound, cold, ancient realm was extremely mysterious, and not even the white tiger and 10 heavens Supreme Lord dared to go inside. That's why you're afraid. Chun Xiang didn't understand why Huang Jintian had a face full of fear just now. Huang Jintian did not answer. Instead, he drank a mouthful of hot soup and said, Before this place was covered in snow and ice, it was an extremely dangerous place where a group of exiled gods gathered. Not only that, there is also a large group of powerful beasts that came with them. Chun Xiang was shocked. She immediately stopped the small boat. A group of gods in exile. Chun Xiang was overwhelmed with shock and fear. The gods in his eyes were incomparably powerful. There was actually a group of people here. Don't worry, the deities that were sent to this place are very weak. They are all semi-handicapped, and after running here for a period of time, they were killed by the powerful people that chased after them. Huang Jintian said, "The god that came here to kill us was very strong, but he also died. That guy cultivates the power of frost. He experienced a huge battle here, and in the end he died here, causing this place to become a world of ice and snow." Chun Xiang took in a deep breath. Just because of a great battle, such a large region had been frozen and sealed until now. That guy's body was smashed into smithereens, and his flesh and blood scattered across the ground. Who knows how long it will take before that guy's energy completely disappears. Chun Xiang now understood why the white tiger had obtained the heaven-earth killing method from this place, as well as that mysterious stone which was his current killing god heart. There was an extremely terrifying soul within that stone, the soul of god. The white tiger had once said that when he picked up the heaven-earth killing method here, he returned to the sacred beast's ancient realm and set it down to many powerful holy beasts. Chun Xiang held his heart. He felt even more uneasy about the killing god heart inside. This land was once a place where a group of deities went into exile, and one of them had brought a heaven-earth killing method here. Also, this place is very powerful, but it doesn't seem to be a threat. Chun Xiang asked. He was sure that Huang Jintian was not worried about this place. Huang Jintian said in a low voice, "The tomb that your father and the others are guarding is what I'm most worried about." "What?" Chun Xiang's face changed. He suddenly felt nervous and anxiously asked, "Master, is there a problem with the tomb? I heard that there is a god buried there, but that god is a very good one." Huang Jintian sighed. "That's right, but the other guy might not be the truth because there are 2 half-dead gods buried inside. Although it is very difficult for them to revive, no one can say for sure because the fact that the tomb would fall on top of a grave is not a coincidence. Even if they do not want to revive, there are people who would still want them to live. Doesn't that mean my dad and the others will be in danger?" Chun Xiang really wanted to immediately head over to the tomb and take out all of his clansmen. It's not that your father is in danger. It's that the entire Tian is in danger. Look at this. Just because the 2 of them fought against each other, yet the world has been frozen by ice and snow up till now. And the 2 guys that were revived are both very powerful gods. Huang Jintian said, "These guys can't even stay in their own places anymore. What are they doing in places like Tian?" Chun Xiang scolded himself. This is not clear. Our ancient books did not record it, but they definitely left the high-level world they lived in for something important. Huang Jinan said, "Don't be afraid. Besides the illusion being rather harsh, there won't be any other great dangers. We should be able to find the tomb of the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord." Chun Xiang felt that the 2 gods inside the tomb were here to find either the heaven-earth killing method or the heavenly alchemy. Previously, the white tiger had hinted that the 2 gods were equally strong in that high-leveled world. He felt that the white tiger must have hidden something from him, and the white tiger definitely knew something about the gods. This small boat floated steadily forward and had been traveling in the profound, cold, ancient realm for more than 10 days. Although it was in a snowstorm, its speed was not slow. It should be somewhere deeper. Chun Xiang looked out of the window. The snow was still wildly dancing, and the terrifying snowstorm was still continuing. How can I find the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord's tomb? Chun Xiang felt that this was extremely difficult. He looked at Huang Jintian and asked, "Master, do you not have any clues in your ancient book?" Who was the one who brought 10 heavens supreme Lord's corpse here? Huang Jintian shook his head. I am not sure. When the 10 heavens supreme Lord died, this place had not become like this. Even if there were clues, it would be difficult to find the emperor's tomb here. Chun Xiang guessed that the ice dragon and super old fire beast might have brought the 10 heavens supreme Lord here. The two fellows were extremely powerful holy beasts at the time, and they were even more powerful now. It was just that they had left the 9 heaven world and were heading to a very powerful place. Suddenly, the boat shook violently. Huang Jintian, who was drinking the hot soup, was splashed all over. We've been attacked. Huang Jintian was slightly angry. Quickly go out and see who that be. A-S-T-A-R-D is, I must properly teach him a lesson. In the past 10 days, they had not come across anything along the way. Now that they were suddenly attacked, Qin Xiang was more or less excited in his heart. In the past 10 days, they had not come across anything along the way. Now that they were suddenly attacked, Qin Xiang was more or less excited in his heart. Qin Xiang left the cabin and went outside the boat. He saw a few people wearing fiery red robes standing around the boat. The robes that only belonged to Fire Divine Palace S wrapped around them tightly. He could not even see their heads clearly. Why did you attack my S, H, I plus P? Qin Xiang said angrily. When Huang Jintian walked out and saw that it was from the dragon subduing school, he knew that nothing good would happen. We are only asking you to come down. This is our territory, you trace ba. S. Set into our territory. We have already shown mercy by not killing you. Leave the boat and go back by yourselves. His voice sounded a bit old, as if he was an old man. Qin Xiang was worried about not understanding the situation around him, and that there would be people knocking on his door. It was a good thing for him. There are 8 of us, so what if we don't have 4? Huang Jintian sent a sound transmission to Qin Xiang. Since these fellows want to N-A-T-C-H your boat, there's no need to be courteous anymore. Qin Xiang shouted to the people of Fire Divine Palace. You are all from Fire Divine Palace. It is really my luck to be able to meet you all here. The first few sentences made the people from the Fire Divine Palace feel a sense of pride, but after hearing Qin Xiang's last sentence, they immediately knew that Qin Xiang wanted to fight with them. When Qin Xiang said those words, Huang Jintian had already disappeared, and this time it was a blizzard. It was much easier for a sneak attack like Qin Xiang and Qin Xiang to succeed, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the wind. Be careful, these 2 guys are not simple. They were all in the late stage of the Immortal King stage, and there were 8 of them who thought that they could do whatever they wanted in Ditian. That was why, when they saw that it was very comfortable, they wanted to take it for themselves. You clearly know that we're from the Fire Divine Palace, but you still want to attack us. When the old man saw Qin Xiang and Huang Jintian suddenly disappear, he became indescribably terrified in his heart because this was simply too bizarre. Qin Xiang summoned his green dragon, demon-slain broadsword and slashed his blade towards the old man with lightning speed. The cyan light flashed and the dragon roared as the divine blade was chopped out by Qin Xiang using his divine power, releasing a burst of pure sword chi, causing the snow around to shatter into pieces. Hearing the dragon's roar, seeing the piercing green light, all the immortal kings of Fire Divine Palace felt green dragon, demon-slain, broadsword-s in their hearts. It was the first time they had seen this blade, but they immediately recognized it. The person in the boat was actually Qin Xiang. Ah! A miserable scream sounded out as the snow and ice that were flying in the air were suddenly dyed red by a stream of fresh blood that shot out like a tornado. Qin Xiang slashed out with his blade. Not bothering to look at the man, he rushed towards the other man. Locking onto him, he brandished his divine blade and activated his divine force, mercilessly SLAs. H.I. plussing the knife out, slicing the man's body in half. The Qin Xiang of the immortal becoming realm. Even without using green dragon, demon-slain, broadsword, and G. Oh! D-power. Just the terrifying strength of his body was enough to tear these immortal kings of the Fire Divine Palace apart. Huang Jintian had stayed in the sacred region for more than 200 years, and with the cooperation of the cats, he had obtained a large amount of beast cores. By absorbing the holy energy from the beast cores, his strength had also increased by leaps and bounds, and his skinny old hands that were like devil claws grabbed onto those immortal kings were torn to pieces by a very strange and brutal method. 8 late-stage immortal kings in the 9 heaven world, excluding the immortal becoming realm, it was an extremely terrifying force. However, facing this master and disciple that had stepped into the immortal becoming realm, they had no power to retaliate at all. In the blink of an eye, only one was left. This was a person that Chun Xiang had deliberately left behind. He wanted to know what the Fire Divine Palace had sent these people here for. After using the soul-absorbing devil spell, Qin Xiang had already received his answer. These guys are also here to search for 10 Heaven's Supreme Lord's tomb. Looks like that Fire Emperor knows a lot of things, but he's not too sure, so he sent these guys to investigate. Qin Xiang said, "Did they find anything?" Huang Jintian looked at the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword in Qin Xiang's hands. "No, they've been here for a few months, but they haven't found anything." When Qin Xiang saw Huang Jintian staring at his green dragon, demon-slain broadsword, he could not help but lower his head and look. "You saw it too. I thought I was mistaken." His body moved a little just now. Huang Jintian suddenly became excited. 10 Heaven Supreme Lord was once the owner of the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword. Maybe I can use this blade to find the Emperor's tomb. The green dragon, demon-slain broadsword was originally a divine blade, so when Qin Xiang used it before, he could feel that there were other memories on the blade. He guessed that it was when the 10 Heaven Supreme Lord used it, it was recorded down by the spirit of the blade. He held the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword horizontally, pointed the blade tip straight ahead, and then walked in circles on the spot, at the same time making Huang Jintian pay attention to the movement above the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword. Qin Xiang stood at his original position and slowly rotated. He wanted to see if this blade could really sense where 10 Heaven's Supreme Lord's tomb was located at. When he turned around, Huang Jintian suddenly shouted, "There's a reaction, it's coming from this direction." Just now, Qin Xiang also saw the dragon atop the green dragon, demon-slain, broadsword tremble slightly. Although they were not sure if this blade could bring them to the ground, but at this moment, Qin Xiang and Huang Jintian were extremely excited. He entered the cabin of the small boat. Qin Xiang tried it out inside, and the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword was the same as before. When Qin Xiang used the tip of the blade to point in that direction, the green dragon on the blade would slightly tremble. "Hurry up and go check it out. Even if there isn't an emperor's tomb, there are still some other things." Huang Jintian was extremely excited. He wished he could fly over and take a look. Qin Xiang urged the small boat to move forward quickly. He could not wait either. Adding that the evil dragon graveyard was being watched, he could return immediately after taking care of this place. Not knowing why, Qin Xiang directed the boat towards the direction indicated by the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword. But after a few days, the snowstorm suddenly weakened a lot. After another 2 days, the snowstorm stopped, and Qin Xiang stood on top the boat looking ahead. "Don't tell me if we approach this place, the blizzard will disappear." Qin Xiang looked behind him. The strong wind was still howling in other places, and the ice and snow were raging everywhere. Huang Jintian frowned as he looked at the ice mountains. He suddenly shouted, "If you do not wish for this SHI+P to be destroyed, hurry up and keep it." Back in the Saint Realm, he had often gone to search for saint beasts. Now that he was here, he could see that there was probably a beast up ahead. At this time, Qin Xiang and Huang Jintian talked about walking on a flat, snowy ground with only a layer of white snow on top. "Did you find anything?" Huang Jintian stopped and asked Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang felt the ground beneath his feet tremble and nodded. What is this? It feels very strong. Huang Jintian shook his head. Be careful. We should be very close to the emperor's tomb. It's normal for us to be in danger. The ground gently trembled and then disappeared. Only then did Qin Xiang and Huang Jintian dare to take a few steps back, but before they could do so, the ground suddenly shook again. Not good, he's right below us. Huang Jintian's face turned ugly and anxiously shouted, Quickly, jump up! Hearing Huang Jintian's words, without saying a word, Qin Xiang immediately jumped up and at the same time looked down at the ground. Boo! A large piece of ice ground below suddenly cracked and split open, revealing a snow-white toad that was as large as a mountain. It opened its huge mouth, and the white tongue that came out of its mouth shot towards Qin Xiang like a beam of light. Qin Xiang had no choice but to use the spatial travel to dodge it, otherwise he would be sucked into the giant frog's stomach. What the H-E-L is this? Qin Xiang still had some lingering fear in his heart. He was just a bit away from falling into the giant mouth of the toad. This is trouble. This is the legendary holy ice frog. Hurry up and run. Even if this thing isn't a holy beast, it's more or less the same as a holy beast. Huang Jintian's scalp went numb. He anxiously shouted at Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang said in shock, A holy ice frog that can be released at any time. The profound Han poison was one of the super old poison. Qin Xiang had heard by Yu say that the holy ice frog had this poison as well. Towards this kind of poison, Qin Xiang did not need to be afraid because he had the devil-suppressing golden body. But Huang Jintian did not know if he was sprayed with this holy ice frog he might die. Huang Jintian had already run away. Just now, the holy ice frog had attacked Qin Xiang, opened its mouth and revealed a very long tongue, releasing the profound Han poison. However, Qin Xiang possessed the devil-suppressing golden body, so he did not discover the profound Han poison. The holy ice frog's tongue did not hit Qin Xiang. It was a little angry and quickly spat out its tongue. This time it was much faster than last time and actually hit Qin Xiang. When Huang Jintian saw this from afar, he shouted out, Brat! Qin Xiang's body was wrapped up by the huge tongue and dragged into the holy ice frog's huge mouth. Huang Jintian was a little worried, but he knew that Qin Xiang's life was very tough, so he should be fine. That tongue of yours is a profound Han poison, but it's useless against me. The fault lies in dragging me into your mouth. You're done for. Qin Xiang's body shook for a while, then released a burst of G-O-D power that shone with a white light, allowing him to struggle free from the trap of his tongue. In the blink of an eye, over 100 blades, all infused with Qin Xiang's powerful divine power, the blade and blade transformed into astral blades that flew out. Adding the power of the divine blade, every slash that Qin Xiang made was extremely powerful SLAs. Plussing down on the holy ice frog from the inside seemed very easy. Qin Xiang only needed to slash a few hundred times to feel the holy ice frog frantically rolling. It was obvious that it was because of the pain. Profound Han poison, this is a super old poison. Last time when I saw that evil Snake King use it, I had already thought of it. Qin Xiang laughed in his heart. You big toad, you can help me now. Qin Xiang planned to find the poison sac in the holy ice frog's body. There, he would definitely find a large amount of profound Han poison. Qin Xiang had a profound wood diamond armor, so he was not afraid of being refined by the holy ice frog. He released his divine power to check the beast cores and poison sac in the holy ice frog's body. Qin Xiang had a profound wood diamond armor, so he was not afraid of being refined by the holy ice frog. He released his divine power to check the beast cores and poison sac in the holy ice frog's body. So the beast core and the poison sac have fused together. I wonder what would happen after I take the beast core away. Qin Xiang thought. He sensed that the beast core was right in front of him. In the distance, Huang Jintian saw the holy ice frog rolling and wailing on the spot and knew that it was caused by Qin Xiang's body. This made him feel a lot more at ease. Qin Xiang held the green dragon demon-slain broadsword, and with the help of the blade light, he moved forward inside the darkness of the holy ice frog's body. If he encountered any obstructions, he would chop a few times, and with the divine energy barrier on his body, the poisonous blood could not even touch his body. The poisonous blood would not harm him at all, but it was extremely disgusting. After chopping around for a while, Qin Xiang finally arrived at the location of the beast core. The beast core was not big, but it contained a very strong Holy Spirit Qi and a large number of profound Han poison. This holy ice frog does not know how to take human form. It should be a holy level beast from the primordial era. This beast core is to my advantage. Shin smirked in his heart and brandished his blade to cut off the meridians that were connected to the beast cores. After taking the beast core, Qin Xiang only felt a violent vibration. The holy ice frog was rolling around randomly. This guy won't die for a while. As Qin Xiang shook violently, he used the power of the spatial laws to paw S through the holy ice frog's body and arrive outside. A beast core without condensed energy was only a relatively large, savage beast. However, there were still quite a few profound Han poison left in his body. Those without any strength would be in danger if they met him. Seeing Qin Xiang coming out, Huang Jintian immediately ran over, and then the two of them entered the group of ice mountains. They did not kill the holy ice frog. Their bodies were covered in poison, and only beast cores were useful. To use Huang Jintian's words, they could not eat it. To meet such a terrifying holy ice frog on the side, would there be something even more powerful if it wasn't inside? Huang Jintian thought of the holy ice frog that he could use and felt a lingering fear. The holy ice frog's power had suddenly weakened by so much. Huang Jintian had already guessed that Qin Xiang would take the holy ice frog's beast core and maybe even get himself those powerful, profound Han poison. Be careful. Qin Xiang restrained his qi. When he walked, he only lightly touched the ground, like smoke. Huang Jintian also went into stealth the same way as Qin Xiang. This place is so dangerous and cold. It seems like the 10 Heaven Supreme Lord's tomb is really hidden here. Even Huang Jintian felt a chill at this moment. He was an expert of the immortal becoming realm, but when he used his strong saint force to resist the severe cold, he could still feel the cold. On the contrary, Qin Xiang didn't think so. He would occasionally take out the green dragon demon-slain broadsword and use it to confirm their directions. He believed that the green dragon demon-slain broadsword would definitely give him directions for some reason. There was no blizzard here, only endless ice lands and ice mountains. Qin Xiang and Huang Jintian moved a lot faster, but the silence here made them feel an unexplainable unease. Something's wrong. Qin Xiang suddenly stopped and looked at the sky above the ice mountain in the distance. This is fire. The flames that can still burn in here are not weak. At this time of night, both Huang Jintian and Huang Jintian could see that the distant sky was illuminated by a stretch of red flames. They could confirm that the range of the flames was extremely large and that the flames were not ordinary flames. Do you know why? Huang Jintian asked. I'll check. Don't go over there yet. Qin Xiang controlled the wisps of soul that were floating outside and activated Heaven Tour method. Quickly, Russ. I, plussing towards the ice mountain. A short while later, Qin Xiang saw an Estones. I, plussing seen through the few divine souls. There's a large group of people over there. To be precise, it should be the Draconians. Qin Xiang exclaimed. He saw that behind the group of ice mountains was a vast ice plains, and above them there were over 1,000 dragon armors and dragon scales wearing men fighting, and further away there were even a few humanoid dragons fighting, shattering a huge ice plains. The scene was extremely shocking because it was too far away. He could only hear a few dull rumbling sounds. There's actually a dragon here. It seems to be a strong dragon. Huang Jintian was also extremely surprised. Qin Xiang could see what kind of dragons those were. One was the ice dragon, and the other was the fire dragon and the lightning dragon. At this moment, he was very sure that the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord's tomb was here. The ice dragons must have been arranged by the Ice Dragon Grandmaster to be guarding this place. But why were the fire dragon, thunder dragons here? The ice dragons, the fire dragons, and the thunder dragons are fighting. They were originally here, and although the weapons in their hands are not bad, they look like ancient forging weapons. They don't seem like they came from the recent era. Chun Xiang said, "Let's go over to take a look. If necessary, we still have to help the ice dragon branch." The ice dragon bloodline had long left the imperial dragon race, and Long Huishan's ice dragon bloodline had a very good relations. I+P with Qin Xiang. He felt that the ice dragon that guarded this place should be the same as the one that Long Huishan was currently leading. When Chun Xiang and Huang Jintian let go of that big mountain, the ice plains that were illuminated bright by the firelight had already been dyed red. The flames that shot out from the powerful sky dragon during battle fell onto the ice plains and melted a large area of ice mountains. "Looks like the ice dragon draconians are at a disadvantage," said. Previously, when Chun Xiang looked at it, there were still about 500 draconians on the side of the ice dragon, but now there were only 300 of them. Chun Xiang looked at the direction where the dragon roars continuously in unending. That was the direction of the battle between the ice dragon and the fire dragon. The opposing side have the immortal becoming realm draconians. But we do not need to worry, the immortal becoming realm draconians are evenly matched. The worst are the ones at the bottom. If this goes on, the casualties on the side of the ice dragon will be even more severe. Let us take action. Chun Xiang said as he tossed the ice dragon sword back to Huang Jintian. "Take this sword, the ice dragon shouldn't be making things difficult for you." So this is the legendary ice dragon sword. It's really not simple. Huang Jintian laughed mischievously as he rushed forward with the ice dragon, holy sword, in his hand. Chun Xiang then took out his green dragon demon-slain broadsword and traveled through S.P.A.C., continuously arriving in front of the ice dragon teams that were trapped in bitter battles. He helped them block the lightning bolts unleashed by the combined might of more than 10 thunder draconians. Chun Xiang's sudden appearance, coupled with the fact that he had used the green dragon demon-slain broadsword to split a dozen of the incoming thunder power S, made the green dragon demon-slain broadsword let out a long hiss, and released the unique tyrant dragon chi, causing the draconians to tremble. Chun Xiang's sudden appearance, coupled with the fact that he had used the green dragon demon-slain broadsword to split a dozen of the incoming thunder power S, made the green dragon demon-slain broadsword let out a long hiss, and released the unique tyrant dragon chi, causing the draconians to tremble. Green dragon demon-slain broadsword. A person shouted loudly. It was someone from the ice dragon race, and his voice was extremely excited. "Are you here to protect the Emperor's tomb?" Chun Xiang asked the ice dragon clansman behind him, holding onto the divine blade. He looked coldly at the group of thunder draconians, whose faces were filled with fear. "Yes, we have been protecting them for many years. Over these many years, they all wanted to charge into the Emperor's tomb. This time, they have brought a lot of reinforcements." A young man behind Chun Xiang looked angrily at the group of thunder draconians who were attacking them. "Be careful. I will do my best to help you." After Chun Xiang finished speaking, he instantly teleported to the back of the 10 over thunder draconians. The green dragon, demon-slain broadsword in his hand suddenly became several meters long, and he horizontally slashed towards a dozen or so thunder draconians. With a schwa sound, the enlarged green dragon, demon-slain broadsword in Chun Xiang's hands flashed with a green light, and the blade stroke was completed. There was only a green arc left behind, and the dozens of lightning dragons in the late stage of Immortal King were all chopped apart. "Quickly kill him. We can't let him near the Emperor's tomb." A fire dragon man roared and sprinted forward. His entire body was covered in flames. The fiery red scales on his body were S.H.I. plus ning brightly. One of his arms had already turned into a ferocious dragon claw, with holy flames spewing out, striking towards Chen Xiang. Just as he was about to slap Chen Xiang's shoulder, the dragon arm was blocked by a snow-white longsword. Huang Jintian had already arrived and used the ice dragon's sword to block the attack of the fire dragon elder. "Brat, go deal with those small fries. Leave this guy to me." Huang Jintian laughed. The dragon power on his body suddenly became boundless, accompanied by a trembling, dragon-slaying qi. Taiji dragon-suppressed kung fu. The old man was shocked. This was something that the dragon race had specially researched to use against him. The dragon subduing qi was like a dragon entering the sea, roaring as it rammed into the old man, extinguish. Plusing the raging flames on his body and even destroying a few of the stiff dragon scales on his body. When the green dragon demon-slain broadsword S appeared, Ice Dragon Race's morale immediately rose, and his fighting strength increased by quite a bit. Chen Xiang released a vast amount of G.O.D power, forming a huge spirit realm, covering the entire battlefield, locking onto the fire dragon people and thunder dragon people, then circulating the G.O.D power within his body and pouring it into the green dragon demon-slain broadsword, causing it to tremble slightly. Spatial slash. Chen Xiang stood in place and slashed out. In an instant, the green dragon demon-slain broadsword appeared in many different places, and the SPAS around the people he had locked onto were all cut apart by his blade. Annihilate. Chen Xiang threw a palm strike towards the 100 small SPAS that he had locked onto. The power of the mountain and sea realm, the power of the sun, moon, and stars, these were Chen Xiang's killing blows that came from fusing with the heaven-earth killing method. The majority of the people he had locked onto were at the late stage Immortal King stage, with a few Immortal Becoming Realm S. After their bodies were slashed by Chen Xiang and struck by the palm, they instantly turned into ashes. An old man from the Ice Dragon race saw that Chen Xiang was so scary and immediately shouted, "Quickly retreat, it's convenient for him to take action." At this time, many of the Ice Dragon race's draconians were fighting in close quarters against the enemy, so they were hindering Chen Xiang. After the Ice Dragon people heard this, they tried to break away from their trembling enemies and moved towards Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang stood still, using the spatial slash and the heaven and earth annihilation palm to work together. Through the method of teleportation, he attacked the thunder dragon people and fire dragon people, causing them to be forced to retreat slowly. Only some of the faster fighters knew to stabilize the surrounding SPAC to prevent this kind of spatial attack. In just a short moment, the opponent had lost more than 200 people. Huang Jintian cursed on the side. "Humph, fled sound came from afar. Chen Xiang suddenly felt a strong pressure, making him feel as if he was facing a strong holy beast. The other Ice Dragon people beside him all called out, "It's Saint Ruler Thunder Dragon. Senior, you have to be careful." A thick bolt of lightning streaked across the night sky, striking straight at Chen Xiang. At that instant, Chen Xiang felt a wave of oppressive cold energy attack him, and the people around him were also covered in a thick layer of ice. It was as if they were frozen in an ice mountain and unable to move. But that cold energy did not harm them. The moment the lightning bolt struck down, it was blocked by the ice mountain that was condensed by the cold energy. The person inside the ice mountain was completely unharmed, but the ice mountain only broke after encountering such a strong attack. Chen Xiang broke free from the ice mountain and saw 7 young men in white standing in front of them. Their clothes were the same, their long hair fluttering in the wind straight down to their waists, their skin white, their expression handsome. They were actually 7 young men who looked exactly the same. This is a 7th birth, right? I wonder which ice dragon this is from. It's so powerful. Chen Xiang had already noticed that the 7 youths were precisely the 7 ice dragons from the Ice Dragon race. And at the place of death and injury, there stood 5 middle-aged men in red armor and 5 burly men in black armor. They had 10 dragons, 5 fire dragons, and 5 thunder dragons, and they were all extremely powerful dragons of the holy level. The strength of the ice dragons was not bad. 7 ice dragons were able to fight to a draw against 10 dragons. The inheritor of the divine blade is indeed extraordinary. Thank you for helping us out. From the looks of it, he should be the boss of the ice dragon race. He even looked at the ice dragon sword in Huang Jintian's hand, which Huang Jintian also threw back to Qinxiang. They did not expect Qinxiang to obtain the green dragon demon-slain broadsword, nor did they expect him to obtain the ice dragon sword. They all knew what the ice dragon sword meant, and the people who obtained the ice dragon sword would definitely be able to meet their ice dragon ancestor. They wanted to ask, but now was not the time. Their mission was to destroy the emperor's tomb, but they had not succeeded in all these years. Now that the new owner of the green dragon demon-slain broadsword had finally arrived, and he was even a very strong guy, with just a few moves he had already killed more than half of their people. There were even a few immortal becoming realm cultivators among them. You're welcome. I've always been good friends with the Ice Dragon clan outside. Qinxiang laughed. Seniors, can you guys take down those fellows on the other side now? Brat, we can take him down just like that. Although you have the green dragon demon-slain broadsword, do you dare to face us alone? One of the thunder dragons opposite of him roared, looking extremely angry. You're still young, now that you're in Emperor's tomb. It's still a matter of whether you can come out alive. Brat, we can take him down just like that. Although you have the green dragon demon-slain broadsword, do you dare to face us alone? One of the thunder dragons opposite of him roared, looking extremely angry. You're still young, now that you're in Emperor's tomb. It's still a matter of whether you can come out alive. The ice dragon head smiled. It's nothing to bully a little kid. It looks like he is much younger than your grandson, but he killed a lot of your grandson just now. If it's a 1v1, do you dare to face me on your own? It may not be possible in the past, but it should be possible now. Little brother, I wonder if I can borrow Ice Dragon's sword for a bit. The words from the Ice Dragon had made the 10 dragons' faces turn serious. Qinxiang laughed. Not only do I have Ice Dragon sword as here, I can also lend you Holy Dragon sword, Fire Dragon sword, Heavenly Evil sword S, and all of them to you. He had already taken out the few famous holy swords back then, and waved them in his hands, which frightened the dragons quite a bit, and threw out 3 7 dragons sword S with one word. This was S. H. I. plus Wuju. Even back then, it was difficult for these swords to come together. Qinxiang did not care about the ice dragons. He threw them all over. And when they were all caught by the ice dragon head, he, who was extremely well trained, could not help but be shocked at this moment. To be able to get 3 7 dragons sword S and a heavenly evil sword S in one go made his hands tremble. The holy swords were of the 3rd, 6th, and 9th ranks, and these holy swords were of the highest quality. The green dragon demon-slain broadsword can also be lent to you. Qinxiang then threw out the green dragon demon-slain broadsword. Although it would not fuse with the other party, it could still unleash a lot of the green dragon demon-slain broadsword's power if the user himself was strong. As long as Qinxiang was willing to lend it out, the green dragon demon-slain broadsword himself would be willing to do the same. The ice dragon had caught the green dragon demon-slain broadsword that Qinxiang threw over and almost lost its balance. If he did not use the powerful holy dragon power in his body, he probably would not be able to lift it. 6th and 7th brother, you guys stay here and protect them. Of the 10 of them, only 5 of us will be enough to deal with them. After suddenly obtaining a few sharp weapons, the ice dragon had become much more confident and gave the holy sword in his hand to the appropriate brothers to use, leaving 2 to protect Qinxiang and the others. The face of one of the armored men changed. You. Kill. The ice dragon and the others didn't transform into dragons. Instead, they wielded these weapons and charged toward their opponents. The green dragon demon-slain broadsword was in Chen Xiang's hands, so the fire dragons and thunder dragons did not have much pressure. But with the ice dragon head in the hands, they suddenly felt an immense pressure and had the thought of escaping. But even if they wanted to escape, it was already too late, because the ice dragons had already charged over. Bastard. One of the lightning dragons let out an angry curse and turned into a huge dragon clad in black armor that coiled around lightning. It hovered high in the sky. The other 9 dragons were unambiguous as well, transforming into their strongest forms, transforming into many huge dragons. At the same time, they released their dragon's might and the force that erupted when they transformed into dragons, causing the people on their side to fall on the ground and spit out blood. They were severely injured, and it seemed like they did not have time to care about the Draconians. Just as Qin Xiang felt a tremor, his vision suddenly went white. He knew that their group of people were once again sealed in ice, and this time they were in the same 3 layers, inside and outside. He couldn't see the outside at all. He could see the souls he released outside, but did not dare to approach them. This was because the 2 souls near him had been dispersed by the powerful pressure. The remaining souls could only watch from afar. 10 huge dragons danced chaotically in the air, covering half of the sky, and when the dragon scales on their bodies opened and closed, they spewed out violent flames. The earth-shattering dragon roar was accompanied by bursts of earth-shattering thunder, and the flames released by the fire dragons burned a large piece of the glacier. The 5 ice dragons still had not taken shape, and with their small human bodies, they agilely circled the 10 dragons. The great battle continued for an entire day. It was extremely shocking, and many huge icebergs were flattened. Huge lakes appeared within the ice plains, and a sea of fire burned up again and again. In the end, the attack reached Chen Xiang's soul and scattered his soul, preventing him from watching this earth-shattering battle anymore. These dragons were merely sky dragons that had completed the 9th cycle of the sacred transformation. The 2 ice dragons protecting Qin Xiang and the others weren't easy to deal with either. They continuously released cold energy to maintain the strength of the ice mountain and to prevent it from being flattened by the aftermath of the battle. The ice dragons were also having a tough time fighting on their side, but with their 5 dragons they could fight evenly with the 10 dragons on the other side, and could even suppress their opponents gradually so they had the upper hand. Although the weapons that Chen Xiang had lent them were not bad, they were unable to unleash the powers of the famous weapons. The battle lasted for 2 days before it ended. After the ice mountain that sealed Qin Xiang and the others disappeared, they saw that they were surrounded by a gigantic sky cavern, and there was even a large flame burning in the sky. It's over. The ice dragon head leader's face turned pale and returned the artifacts to Qin Xiang. The 5 ice dragons that were Partic, 1, Pete aiding in the battle were currently extremely weak, but their faces were filled with excitement and joy because they had finally defeated the enemy that they had faced for so many years. Furthermore, they could also leave this place immediately without having to protect the Emperor's tomb. This is for you. I think it might be useful to you. The leader of the ice dragons took out a long sword S.H.I. plus Ning with lightning. On the sword was carved a fine dragon mark, which Chen Xiang could immediately recognize as the Thunder Dragon Sword. This is too precious. Qin Xiang wanted it very much, but he felt apologetic. This was a spoil of war that others had spent a lot of effort to defeat their opponent. The leader smiled slightly. Just accept them. The fact that you are here has brought us great fortune, allowing us to get rid of those annoying fellows. It won't be long before we leave this place to meet the 9-heaven world we've always yearned for. Chen Xiang accepted the Thunder Dragon Sword, but he also took out 2 blood exquisite fruits as a gift. The blood exquisite fruit was extremely helpful to the holy beasts, and the ice dragon head leader also took it without hesitation. I know you have a lot to ask. Let's talk somewhere else. Qin Xiang and Huang Jintian followed their group as they flew high up in the sky. They lived very far away from here, and Chan Xiang felt that they were not limited to this kind of people. My name is Long Da. Our parents are too lazy, so they called us Long Da, long air. The youngest is Long Chi. We all have the same thoughts, so even if they don't speak, I still know what they mean. Chun Xiang did not expect them to be 7 twins. He had thought that they were clones or something like that. The ice dragon race lived in an extremely secretive ice mountain cave. Chun Xiang and Huang Jintian were currently in one of the ice mountains. The ice dragon race lived in an extremely secretive ice mountain cave. Chun Xiang and Huang Jintian were currently in one of the ice mountains. Senior, according to the Green Dragon, Demon-Slain Broadsword's guidance, the Emperor's tomb should be here. Where's the entrance? When Chun Xiang came in, the Green Dragon, Demon-Slain Broadsword was already very restless. This is the entrance. Long Da said, when I brought you in earlier, you all should have seen a very large pass, sage. That is the direction to the Emperor's tomb. If you really want to go, we must immediately leave this place because when you trigger the mechanisms inside, it will cause great damage to the surroundings. Is this what Senior Long Han said? Qin Xiang asked. Long Han was the Ice Dragon Grandmaster of the Ice Dragon race. Yes, only those who have obtained the approval of the Green Dragon, Demon-Slain Broadsword, can safely enter the Emperor's tomb, not even by accompanying them. Long Da smiled with grat. 1. Tude, we have waited for you for a long time. Since you are able to come now, you must have already possessed a certain level of strength to enter the Emperor's tomb. Our mission is also complete. We can leave this place. Afterwards, Qin Xiang told Long Da about some of the things that happened outside. He mentioned the ice dragon race that Long Huishan was currently leading, and suggested that the ice dragons should meet up with Long Huishan and the others. Qin Xiang did not mention that his evil dragon graveyard was about to be surrounded. The ice dragon race here had just lost a lot of clansmen. Qin Xiang did not want them to fall into war again. Long Da accepted Qin Xiang's suggestion. After leaving here, he went to find Long Huishan. Right? I heard your clansmen mention that the Thunder Dragon and Fire Dragon had helpers. Could they be from the Imperial Dragon race? Qin Xiang asked. With a worried look on his face, he said, they aren't from Imperial Dragon race. They're from some places called the Heavenly Regions. There are also dragons in those heavenly regions, and a group of dragons from Imperial Dragon race went to that place back then. In the past, the dragon race was very powerful and flurries. I plus ing. But after the green dragon left, it was still as powerful as before. In the end, the white dragon bloodline was destroyed, the jade dragons withered, and the other old dragons of the Imperial Dragon race were able to relax and bring a group of outstanding and powerful dragons to the Heaven Realm to develop. The Emperor dragons in the 9 Heaven World are not as powerful as the ones in the Heaven Realm. Long Da said, the dragon race of the Heavenly Realm should be called Heavenly Dragon Race. The Thunder Dragons and Fire Dragons they sent here should have quickly sensed your death, so you should quickly enter the Emperor's tomb. At that time, even if they can enter, I'm afraid they won't be able to do anything to you. If the Heavenly Dragon Race's base camp comes here, then we won't be able to withstand it. The ancient book left behind by the frozen dragon ancestor has told us that there is a high chance of a new dragon emperor being born in the Heaven Realm. Qin Xiang knew very well what kind of place the Heaven Realm was. The Feng Yujia he met in the sacred domain was a human emperor-level person. His strength was comparable to the 9 emperors and 5 venerables S in the past, and there were new dragon emperor S that had been born in the Heaven Realm. Chun Xiang was not surprised at all. Even if there isn't a new dragon emperor there, we can be sure that back then, the dragon emperor was also inside there. There's still quite a few people in the 9 emperors and 5 venerables. Huang Jintian nodded. Back then, because 10 Heaven Supreme Lord was targeted by El Devil Emperor, 9 emperors and 5 venerables was also worried about themselves, so they all escaped and took refuge in those heavenly realms. Dand Emperor, Fire Emperor, Ice Emperor, Dragon Emperor, Sword Emperor, Demon Emperor, Demon Emperor, Evil Emperor, Star Emperor. These are the 9 emperors of the past. Ice Emperor has confirmed his death. Ice Emperor is dead. Long felt extremely shocked. Back then, I met him here and fought a big battle with him. Since he was injured and was no match for me, it's extremely difficult for me to kill him. Even the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord back then wasn't able to kill him. Huang Jintian looked at Qin Xiang. It was all done by this brat, but he didn't use any proper method. Qin Xiang laughed awkwardly. I was just lucky. Oh, right, there are those in all 5 of 9 emperors and 5 venerables. I only know of Senior Dan, Senior Lei, and Senior Soldier. Senior Dan is the Dan Emperor, and the Senior Soldier should be a divine craftsman. The remaining 2 are said to be very secretive. Huang Jintian said this was what he had seen from the ancient book. Long also knew a little bit and said, the Demon Emperor, Sword Emperor, Demon Emperor, and Star Emperor. These 4 are all neutral. Back then, they did not partic. 1 P8 in encirclement and annihilation of the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord, which made them semi-disabled. Although Senior Dan, Divine Craftsman, and Supreme Thunder are very strong, they are all just carefree wild cranes that don't even know if they will appear in the future. How about the Dragon Emperor? Qin Xiang asked, is it your frozen dragon ancestor? Long shook his head. Dragon Emperor seems to be a woman. I am not too sure about the specifics, but it is said that she is the only woman in the 9 emperors and 5 venerables, and she is also a very ancient dragon. Just like the Azure Dragon, she is also the first ancestor dragon to be born in this world. The corner of Qin Xiang's eyebrows twitched. This was obviously Long Shuai, the little naughty dragon. Could it be a white dragon? Huang Jintian said with a frown. He knew that Qin Xiang was related to a white dragon. That Heavenly Dragon Supreme Lord seems to be a white dragon, an ancient legend of our dragon race. Back then, when the heavens and earth were just born, many different types of dragons were born, and each type of dragon had 9 different types. Long replied, because of this, the White Dragon clan was the most powerful clan back then, and they ended up in a miserable state. Huang Jintian sighed. I wonder if the heavenly dragon race above the sky region will come down. You have a dragon vein. You will definitely be targeted by them. The revived Di Tian immediately possesses the power of the Holy Spirit. Looks like it will be very troublesome. If the heavenly dragon race really comes to steal your dragon fountain, there will be at least 2 fellows in the 9 emperors and 5 venerables who will have to come out to help you block it. Let's not talk about this for now. I'll go to Emperor's tomb to take a look. Qin Xiang frowned. Right now, there were a few sky region experts, secretly assisting those great powers to attack his evil dragon graveyard, which put him under a lot of pressure. If his heavenly dragon race appeared again, he didn't know how to respond. Long brought Qin Xiang to the Pa-S, sage leading to the emperor's tomb, and said, after you go in, wait for a while at the entrance. Once we retreat, you will retreat through that door, and when you feel 3 consecutive tremors, we can begin. Qin Xiang nodded and walked into the pitch-black Pa-S sage. Huang Jintian and Long quickly left. When Long brought Qin Xiang back, he told the other 6 ice dragons to gather the other tribe members and prepare to leave. Qin Xiang entered the depths of the Pa-S sage and took out a night illumination pearl to illuminate the way ahead. He saw a black metal door in front of him, and in the middle of the door was a mighty lion sculpture. 10 Heavens Supreme Lord was a lion sculpture, so it wasn't strange that the door of his tomb had this sculpture. Qin Xiang entered the depths of the Pa-S sage and took out a night illumination pearl to illuminate the way ahead. He saw a black metal door in front of him, and in the middle of the door was a mighty lion sculpture. 10 Heavens Supreme Lord was a lion sculpture, so it wasn't strange that the door of his tomb had this sculpture. Only the new owner of the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword, can enter. I wonder why 10 Heavens Supreme Lord has arranged this. Chunxiang looked at the door carefully. He suddenly felt that some of the facilities related to the Ten Heavens Supreme Lord, including the Pa-S, sage below the Yu-Ming deep abyss that led to the core of the earth, were all constructed by divine craftsmen. When he entered the sacred domain, the teleportation station needed Green Dragon Demon-Slain Broadsword-S to activate it. From the words the divine Feather School's leader had said, he could deduce that they had been to those heaven regions before. Seems like the relations H-I plus P between the divine craftsman and the Ten Heavens Supreme Lord is not bad. Chunxiang took out the hammer of God. Why did he leave behind such a precious thing? The devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable was the same, the holy devil-suppressing seal and demon-suppressing pag. Oh, they were both powerful things, the dagger left behind by the Demon Emperor, and the 2 divine swords left behind by the Sword Emperor. Back then, the 9 emperors and 5 venerables had almost always kept the precious weapons and treasures that he carried with him. This had always been difficult for Chunxiang to understand. Next time, ask White Tiger. I wonder if Master and the others have recorded anything down in the ancient books of the undead race. Chunxiang thought. He felt that there must be a reason. After all, it was all part of his hard work, and he wouldn't give up unless he had no other choice. Chunxiang, who was patiently waiting, finally felt a slight tremble in the ground. After shaking it 3 times, this was the signal Longda gave him. Chunxiang took a deep breath in and looked at the dignified and serious door. We can finally begin. He was also a bit afraid. The Thunder Dragon had said just now that with his current strength, he would be courting death if he were to enter. Hopefully, I can find a chance to turn the situation around here and let my dragon subduing School Pa-S through this difficult time. Chunxiang rubbed his fists, then placed his palms on the gigantic iron gate and pushed it open with force. The door was very heavy. He used his divine power to open it just enough for him to walk in. It was still pitch black when he entered through the gap in the door. Not long after he entered, the door closed behind him, making his heart pound wildly. He could only continue on this path. If it was in the past, when Su Meiyao was accompanying him and helping him, he wouldn't have felt too nervous when facing such a dangerous situation. But now that he was alone, and it was the first time he had been in danger by himself, what he feared wasn't danger, but the fear of dying alone. He steadied his beating heart and took out a night pearl, wanting to illuminate the inside. But the strange thing was, although the night pearl was emitting an intense light, it was still surrounded by darkness. I'm in a completely dark SPAC. Everything around me is pitch black. Chunxiang thought that after going through that door, they would still be in the ice land. He took out the Green Dragon Demon-Slain Broadsword, but the Green Dragon Demon-Slain Broadsword did not give him any more directions. He could only take the Night Pearl and HI plus a little bit of light to ease his heart, and then he walked forward. This Emperor's tomb is truly not simple. This kind of method must definitely be made by a divine craftsman. So it turns out that the ones who brought the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord's corpse here all those years ago were not only the ice dragons and super old fire beast, but also a divine craftsman. Chunxiang was very sure that this pitch-black SPAC was a type of formation on top of that divine book. It was the state of a profound realm. After advancing for a short while, he suddenly saw a speck of light in front of him. This caused him to be incomparably excited, and he quickened his pace to rush over. He was sure that the speck of light was the exit. This place can't even be considered an emperor's tomb. It should be a special SPAC to protect the emperor's tomb. Chunxiang thought he was very close to the exit. There was a cave in front of him, but that light was not coming from the sun. He entered the cave and arrived at a wide Pa-S sage constructed with HI plus Ning white jade. It was large enough for 10 people to walk through side by side. This Pa-S sage was 300 meters long, and Chunxiang had good eyesight. When he entered the Pa-S sage, he saw a white stone door, and carved on it was a white stone door, a white lion head. With a mouth wide open and a control over it, he was able to insert his green dragon, demon-slain broadsword in. Only by opening the door, the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword could be considered to have truly entered the emperor's tomb. Chun Xiang was already a little excited. He had been in this place for so long, yet he had not encountered any danger. He felt that if he used green dragon, demon-slain broadsword-S to enter the emperor's tomb, it would definitely be unimpeded. This Pa-S sage was made using a few jade bricks. When Chun Xiang walked quickly towards it, he suddenly felt that he had stepped on a jade brick. C-R-A-P! Chun Xiang's heart went cold. He knew that he had stepped on a mechanism, so he immediately released his power to cover the surroundings. It's coming. What is it? Chun Xiang was shocked. It was because something had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. What had shot towards him was a green bead. When Chun Xiang had discovered it, he had used a palm strike that had been condensed from divine power, striking the green bead that was 60 meters away from him with lightning speed. Boom asterisk, he hit the green bead, but it exploded into a powerful energy wave. Although the tunnel was S.P.A. Sias, it seemed extremely small to the powerful energy waves that erupted. However, the tunnel was extremely S-T-U-R-D-Y, and it only shook slightly, not causing the slightest damage. Instead, the energy waves that exploded out struck the tunnel throughout the sky and gathered together, causing the strength to become even more frightening. What a pain in the neck! Chun Xiang stood there, unmoving, and allowed the energy waves to strike him. The profound Wu diamond armor on his body had already appeared, and the dazzling black tortoise armor felt the strong attack approaching, and the light became even brighter. He was overjoyed. This was exactly what he wanted, but when he got close to the door opened and a burst of elastic force actually burst out, sending him flying back SMAs. Plussing into the energy wave and causing his body to feel like it was falling apart. The energy wave dissipated and he fell to the ground. His heavy body pressed down more jade bricks. He cursed in his heart as he triggered a few more traps. This Pa-South sage was extremely street U-R-D-Y in many ways. The intense explosion from earlier did not damage this Pa-S sage. However, a large part of the iceberg above was destroyed by the explosion, and the ground began to crack. Before Chun Xiang could dodge, his body was struck by the green beads flying towards him. A few strong explosions occurred at the same time, causing Chun Xiang to scream in pain as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He, who had been blown away by the explosion, stabilized his body after the energy wave had dissipated. He did not want himself to fall to the ground, so as to not touch any of the mechanisms again, he had suffered severe injuries just by standing at the door. He had no choice but to eat a piece of the jade dragon flowers valve and a dozen or so Biyuan Dan-S to heal his injuries. What a crazy mechanism! Those green pearls are all profound Han poison. What a crazy mechanism! Those green pearls are all profound Han poison. He was sure that these were profound Han poison-S. He looked at the jade bricks on the ground and saw that there were thousands of them, but they were still untouched. If these jade bricks were all made from mechanisms, then wouldn't that mean that there were hundreds of beast cores of holy ice frog-S here? At this time he was extremely grateful to the devil-suppressing heavenly venerable, and had him cultivate the devil-suppressing golden body. Otherwise, even if there were profound wood diamond armor-S, his 100 lives would not be enough to die. All those holy ice frogs' beast cores have been specially refined and will explode the moment they meet a person. Could it be that it was refined using the heavenly alchemy? Chun Xiang looked at the Pa-S sage. The creator of the Pa-S sage was definitely a divine craftsman, and the one who created the green explosive beads was the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord. The two of them had set up this Pa-S sage together. It would be impossible if it wasn't powerful. He floated above the tunnel and returned to the area where there were no traps. He took out the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword, and it emitted a green light which shone onto the jade bricks at the top, and he could see that there were some arrows on them, indicating to pass us through them. Chun Xiang blamed himself for being careless. He took a few days to recover from the healing panacea and the Biyuan Dan. Circulating his energy, he floated himself up and slowly approached the white door with the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword in his hands. This was because there was ASHI plus ELD in front of the white stone door, which had bounced him off once before. However, the green dragon demon-slain broadsword could pierce through the protective SHI plus ELD. He aimed the green dragon demon-slain broadsword at the white lion head's mouth, and just as the tip of the blade was about to pierce through, he suddenly felt a terrifying power coming from behind him. Don't even think about going in. He had thought that his attack from a distance, just now, was enough to kill Chun Xiang. Unexpectedly, profound Wu diamond armor suddenly appeared from Chun Xiang's body, and the powerful force that he had unleashed had salt Chun Xiang's body, causing Chun Xiang to insert the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword completely into the mouth of the white lion head. Chun Xiang, who had just recovered from his injuries, was severely injured, and it was even more severe than before. Even his strong golden bones were shattered quite a bit, not to mention the weaker flesh, qi, and meridians. He turned his head to look and saw a middle-aged man dressed in black clothes. His entire body was filled with dragon qi, and it turned out to be a very powerful thunder dragon. You actually have a profound wood diamond armor. The middle-aged man in black was filled with jealousy. A divine weapon and divine armor were both in the possession of his peers. As long as it was one of these experts, they would all be jealous. I can't let you live. The black-clothed middle-aged man roared sinisterly and threw out a palm strike. That streak of lightning was extremely thick and filled the entire sageway, like a bolt of lightning that had turned into a dragon, roaring crazily as it struck towards Chun Xiang. Chun Xiang was shocked. He immediately channeled all the strength in his body to protect himself. If this palm strike landed on him, even if he didn't die, he would still be crippled. Just as he was panicking, the white lion head suddenly flashed and turned into a white whirlpool, sucking Chun Xiang in. Boom asterisk when the lightning dragon hit the stone. The entire tunnel only trembled slightly without any damage. At the same time, it triggered all the mechanisms here, as hundreds of green beads suddenly appeared out of thin air, surrounding the middle-aged man and exploding at the same time. After Chun Xiang was sucked into the gate, he arrived at a GRA's land. In front of the prairie, there was a huge lion mountain who looked like a fine and meticulous stone lion lying on the ground. That design of the lion mountain looked extremely similar to the 100,000 lion mountainess in the 10,000 heavenly sacred mountain, but there was only one of them, and there were no trees growing on top of it. I almost died. That should have been the powerful sky dragon. Little naughty dragon didn't cause any trouble in 9 Heaven World. Could it be that she went to the sky region where heavenly dragon race is? Chun Xiang was suddenly very worried about her, because heavenly dragon race who had been developing in the heaven realm for so many years would definitely be very strong. He laid on the ground and looked at the blue sky. He realized that the clouds were all lion-shaped, and then he looked at the blazing sun, like a lion's head burning in flames. This SPAC was obviously custom-made for 10 Heaven's Supreme Lord. Just what is the relations? HI plus P between a divine craftsman and a 10 Heaven's Supreme Lord like this? It seems like the relations. HI plus P is definitely not ordinary. Chun Xiang squinted his eyes and looked at the glaring lion head scorching sun. He suddenly felt a little afraid because this SPAC was extremely terrifying. Emperor's Tomb is indeed not ordinary. After eating 2 pieces of the jade dragon flower flap, Chun Xiang stood up with difficulty. Looking at the gigantic lion mountain, he saw that the lion head that had just been raised had a giant hole in its mouth. Chun Xiang did not dare go over immediately. He was currently covered in wounds, and needed some time to recover from them. These 2 injuries almost took his life, and with Long Shui not by his side, he had to be extremely careful and almost died twice along the way. Master, this old lunatic must still have something that he didn't tell me. That devil-killing summit didn't mention it either. The devil-killing summit that was established beside the gates to H.E.L. L must also have some kind of enormous secret. Qinxiang sat on the soft grass as he thought about all kinds of mysterious things. He felt that these secret things were all related. In order to prevent triggering the mechanism, Qinxiang held onto the green dragon, demon-slain, broadsword the entire time, not daring to take it back. He spent 20 days to completely recover and was glad that his own Dantian had merged with the divine senses. If not, the powerful lightning strike from the sky dragon would have destroyed his Dantian. Compared to the strong sky dragons of the realm of flame heaven, Qinxiang was still too weak. I hope Emperor's Tomb can bring me a pleasant surprise. Qinxiang hacked at the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword and waited until daybreak before carefully walking over to the gigantic Lion Mountain. Their gigantic bodies could not be seen, and these huge dragons circled in the sky, blocking the sky as they constantly spat out terrifying energy along with their earth-shaking dragon roars, aiming for the huge black door. However, the huge black door did not move at all, as if it was hard to break through. Even with more than 10 sky dragons attacking together, they were unable to break through the outermost defense. This showed just how powerful the defense of the Emperor's Tomb was. If we don't break through the spatial defense outside, we will be unable to use our original body to attack inside. The inside is filled with profound Han poisonous, and it will be hard for us to defend without using our original body. Then let's continue. The 10+ heavenly dragons attacked the black door again. This time they used even more power, causing a large part of the ice mountain inside the profound cold ancient realm to shatter. The entire profound cold ancient realm was enveloped by the shocking dragon's roar. Qinxiang, who was inside the Emperor's Tomb, did not know that a group of sky dragons was attacking him from the outside. He was extremely quiet inside, and the crazy attacks from the outside could not shake the Emperor's Tomb. Qinxiang, who was inside the Emperor's Tomb, did not know that a group of sky dragons was attacking him from the outside. He was extremely quiet inside, and the crazy attacks from the outside could not shake the Emperor's Tomb. Qinxiang walked towards the Lion Mountain. He walked slowly, maintaining his vigilance in all directions. It was simply too quiet here. The Lion Mountain looked somewhat scary, so he had to be on guard in case he accidentally activated some traps. This was not a very long road, but he felt that it would take a long time to walk it. When he arrived at the bottom of the Lion Mountain, he was already sweating profusely. "He's actually fine." Qinxiang turned his head to look at the path he took before. He was still in a state of shock, and he did not know why, but the closer he was, the more pressure he felt, and the harder it was for him to breathe. He was about to climb onto the lion's head and enter the Lion Mountain from its open mouth. Just in case, he did not even use a spatial travel, afraid that it would cause some movement and trigger some terrifying mechanism or attack array. After resting in place for a while and sweeping away the nervousness, Qinxiang carefully controlled the D power in his body and levitated himself up. He wanted to use such a gentle method to reach the lion head, but as soon as he started to levitate, he felt a huge pressure pressing down on him. Pus. Plussing him down to the ground, causing him to sink into the mud. What's going on? Being struck by the strong pressure that suddenly appeared, Qinxiang was terrified in his heart. At this time, the pressure was still on his body, so he was unable to turn around. After a while, the pressure dissipated, and Qinxiang, who had been struggling this whole time, was finally able to sit up, gasping for breath. Just now, he was pressed down by the force, making him unable to resist, as if he was pressed down by an expert, unable to move at all. Do I have to climb up? Qinxiang looked up at the sky. The thought of jumping in his mind had already been dispelled. However, this was only seen from Qinxiang's current location. He planned to first circle around this Lion Mountain and look for any other convenient places to climb up to. Otherwise, if he wanted to climb up, he would have to suffer for a very long time. Before he could complete his detour, he saw a straight flight of stairs at the location of Lion Mountain's legs. It looked to be the top of Lion Mountain, and there were many levels of stairs, but it was nothing for Qin Xiang. He wanted to use the Heaven Tour method to explore the way, but thinking that this place was abnormal, he didn't dare to recklessly try it out in case it led to some unnecessary disaster. He began to climb the stairs. The top 100 steps were still easy to walk on, but after passing the 100th step, his feet suddenly became very heavy. It was as if there was a huge mountain pressing down on his shoulders, making it difficult for him to move. It really isn't that simple. When Qin Xiang climbed up the 300th step, he was already panting heavily, his legs were weak, and this flight of stairs still had a long way to go. Is that all my strength can do? Qin Xiang looked down. The distance to the ground was very low. He had not walked very far, but he was still very tired. He also discovered that every 100 steps, the pressure he had to bear would increase, and he was unable to estimate how much pressure he would have to endure when he reached the top. He took a few deep breaths and then continued to tread with heavy steps up a flight of stairs. As he walked, he started to sweat profusely. 500 steps. He could no longer walk down any further. He could only sit there and rest, planning to wait for his recovery. He took out a few holy stones and quickly absorbed the pure, Holy Spirit energy inside to recover the almost exhausted spirit energy. Just as he was about to start his recovery, he suddenly frowned. He sat on one of the stairs and looked down. He carefully counted the steps. He was only on the 450th step. D-A-M-N. This heaven stairway will move. Don't tell me that it won't allow me to stop and rest. Isn't this bullying too much? Qin Xiang carefully looked at the stairs while absorbing the holy energy from the holy stone. And then a while later, indeed, he saw several tens of stairs shrink into the ground in a very strange way, and he couldn't feel it at all. Looks like I can't stop. If I continue to rest, I'll return to my original spot. Qin Xiang took out a holy beast core and activated devouring magic kung fu, swallowing a large amount of pure Holy Spirit qi inside it to make up for the energy he had lost. He continued to climb the mountain, and just now he had not rested for long, as if he had ascended the 100th step for nothing, absorbing the saint force to replenish his energy, while gritting his teeth to ascend this strange Lion Mountain. Although the pressure was getting heavier and heavier, he could not stop and could only desperately climb up. Otherwise, he would not be able to enter this Lion Mountain. This emperor's tomb that was specially made for this purpose had sun, moon, and stars. With each day and night, Qin Xiang left from noon all the way to night and only climbed 1,000 steps. I still don't know how many years it will take before I can go up. Isn't it just entering an emperor's tomb? Why are you tormenting people like that? Qin Xiang secretly groaned in his heart. If he knew that this was the case, he would not be coming, because his evil dragon graveyard would be surrounded soon. If he stayed here for too long, when he returned, all the yellow flower vegetables would be cold. At that time, everyone would be resisting the attack, and he would be the only one missing. He felt extremely sorry for that. If there was a way out, he might turn back right now, but after he entered this SPAC, he couldn't find a way out. His only hope was to stay in the lion's mouth, but to get there, he had to climb this heaven stairway. The gigantic Lion Mountain was very tall, and the white clouds floating in the sky were not even half as tall as the mountain. He roughly estimated that if one was to reach the top, this staircase had to be around 100,000 steps high. If it was an ordinary staircase, he would think that it was nothing, not to mention 100,000 or even 1,000,000. But the stairs in this place were extremely deadly. It was as if he was carrying a mountain as he climbed, and it was getting heavier and heavier. He looked at the stairs and groaned in his heart. At my current speed, who knows how many years it will take for me to reach the top? I have already been in profound, cold, ancient realm for 1 month, and in about 4 months, those big powers will attack my dragon fountain. At that time, maybe Sky Region will join in as well. If Heavenly Dragon Race comes, I hope they won't do anything and just run away. When he thought about the Heavenly Dragon Race, Qin Xiang thought of the unknown Long Shui and sighed inwardly. I never thought that this little naughty dragon was really the Heavenly Dragon Supreme Lord. She will definitely be very strong in the future. If she knew, would she despise me, saying that I have to climb this ladder for hundreds of years? Qin Xiang thought about this, and his heart felt uncomfortable. In his mind, he could not help but think of Long Shui's mocking words. If she knew, would she despise me, saying that I have to climb this ladder for hundreds of years? Qin Xiang thought about this, and his heart felt uncomfortable. In his mind, he could not help but think of Long Shui's mocking words. You can't even climb the stairs, and you still want to be the man of the Heavenly Dragon Supreme Lord? Qin Xiang shook his head vigorously and stood up. Under the S, H, I, plus any of the moonlight, he looked at the stairs in front of him and gritted his teeth as he let out a wild roar. Then he used all his strength to walk up. My strength is not only limited to this. The mysterious soul inside the killing God heart had once used my body to slash out such a terrifying sword strike, but I was unable to do it myself. Even now, the gap between my and that sword is huge. It can be seen that I have never been able to unleash my own strength. Qin Xiang's expression was firm. He felt that this was a very good opportunity, as this object could clearly squeeze out all the energy that he had yet to release. He firmly believed that if he could complete this heaven stairway, his strength would definitely increase by leaps and bounds, and he might even be able to defeat enemies that were stronger by a few levels. I want more power. When Qin Xiang climbed these stairs, he was no longer tired, but instead he felt pain all over his body. Every time he climbed a step, he felt as if his body was going to split open from the pressure. It was extremely uncomfortable, but he endured the pain and endured. Previously, he was sweating, but now he was bleeding. Fortunately, he had Yulong Blood S, and they were able to quickly repair his cracked skin due to the strong pressure. Even he couldn't believe it was possible for him to walk so fast. Although the whole way here was painful, as if he was going to die at any moment, he was not dead yet and was only forcefully resisting the pressure, causing some injuries both inside and outside of his body. We have to continue. Try our best to enter the Emperor's tomb in the shortest amount of time and find a way out. Under his incomparably firm will, this Lion Mountain seemed so small to him. The pain on his body made him feel as if he was itching, and he firmly believed that he would be able to reach the top of the mountain in a short amount of time. The staircase was already dyed red. Qin Xiang had not rested, and the staircase did not sink into the ground either. Blood and sweat were sprinkled all over this terrifying heavenly body, making this originally very terrifying sky stairway even more strange. In this kind of frightening exhaustion and trauma, Qin Xiang had no choice but to continuously swallow blood ginseng, phoenix fruit, and blood exquisite fruit, these medicinal herbs that could mend blood and heal injuries. The more he climbed up, the stronger the pressure became, but Qin Xiang was also working even harder. No matter how much more pressure he felt, he could always maintain his speed, and even if he tried to climb up, he wouldn't let his speed slow down. His clothes had already been drenched in blood. After drying up, his clothes were melted by hot sweat, falling onto the stone steps and solidifying in the middle of the heaven stairway. It had been 11 days since Qin Xiang stepped on the stairs. At this time, the sky had just lit up, and he, covered in blood, had climbed to the top of the mountain with much difficulty. He saw the lion-head sun above the clouds, currently blooming with beautiful and warm multicolored light that shone on his body, causing him to feel the pain and exhaustion in his body weakening bit by bit. I'm finally up. Qin Xiang looked at the endless sea of clouds S, H, I, plussing brilliantly under the sunlight like a raging flame. He sat cross-legged on a piece of flat ground, watching the lion head rise slowly into the sky, and walked forward, especially for the last 1,000 steps. Every time he climbed a step, the strong golden bones in his body would crack, but the Yulong blood was able to quickly repair it. He did not know how much his current strength had increased, but what made him happy was the Yulong blood was that under this kind of constant and frequent recovery situation, he was able to train himself to a very fast rate of recovery. The top of Lion Mountain did not have that kind of pressure. He ate some pills, took out a few holy stones, and placed them beside him. What's going on? The island was at least 10 times larger than before, and the stars in the sky were much brighter than before. He called out the 5 beast-shaped heavenly pills that were originally as big as kittens, and now that they were a size larger than before, there were 2 halos spinning around their bodies. 2 laps. This is the second cycle of the sage transformation. Chun Xiang looked at the terrifying heaven stairway. He did not expect that in just a short 10 days, he would be able to step into the second cycle of the sacred transformation. Not only did this stimulate his undeveloped powers, it also increased his cultivation by a stage. His current strength was undoubtedly a lot stronger, which made him feel that the pain he had to bear from climbing the sky stairway was worth it. After resting for a few days, he walked towards the raised head of the lion. There was a small path that led to the mouth of the lion. What's next? Suddenly had some expectations in his heart. He had benefited greatly from Pa'as, sing the Lion Mountain's test. Now that he was getting closer to the Emperor's tomb, he did not have much hope for the things inside the Emperor's tomb, but cared a lot about the test that made him stronger. No matter what, I will not be afraid. Chun Xiang clenched his fists and stepped onto the small path. He flipped through the rows of teeth in the lion mouth and went inside the huge mouth. Chun Xiang looked around to see if there were any mechanisms or traps in the surroundings, but he did not discover anything. He took out the night light bead and injected his energy, causing it to emit a strong light, and then walked into the tunnel. It was very quiet along the way. Chun Xiang's footsteps were light and gentle, making no sound at all. This made him feel even more terrified as he walked through this terrifyingly quiet and pitch-black tunnel. Because he was going down, he only took 2 hours to reach the bottom. Under the light of the night illumination pearl, he saw a stone door of normal size. In the middle of the stone door, there was a small lion head opening its mouth. This was also where the green dragon demon-slain broadsword was inserted into to open the door, but the green dragon demon-slain broadsword was extremely huge and was unable to be inserted. Chun Xiang could only make the green dragon demon-slain broadsword become thinner and pierce into the keyhole. With a flash of the stone door, it created a strong suction force that sucked him in, just like the time in the white tunnel. What is it this time? Chun Xiang came to a brightly lit round hall. The 4 walls of the hall were all covered with tall and thick golden stone pillars with carvings of dragons, phoenixes, lions, tigers, and other huge beasts. In the middle of the main hall, there was a circle of black stone slabs filled with profound spirit grayness. What is this place? Chun Xiang said to himself. He looked around, trying to find a door or something. Where I want your life, prepare to die as soon as possible. Hearing this voice, Chun Xiang was shocked in his heart. If it was another voice, he might not be so shocked because the voice just now and the tone in which he spoke were exactly the same. Not long after the voice appeared, a person who looked exactly like him stood in front of Chun Xiang. He was dressed in black, his expression was cold, and in his hand was a long sword with a green dragon carved on it. Not long after the voice appeared, a person who looked exactly like him stood in front of Chun Xiang. He was dressed in black, his expression was cold, and in his hand was a long sword with a green dragon carved on it. Azure dragon sword. Chun Xiang was shocked. This was one of the 7 dragons' sword-s. Long Shui had said before that this was an existence which was closest to the divine sword. If the user was strong, they could fight against the divine blade. That's right, although the green dragon demon-slain broadsword in your hand is stronger than this sword in your hands. It is like a piece of wood. The person who looked exactly the same as Chun Xiang said, "Who are you?" Chun Xiang originally thought that this was an illusion, but it was actually so real. The person who looked exactly like him seemed to be extremely powerful. I am not a person. I am only protecting a spirit body here, but I have a very terrifying ability. It is to become exactly the same as others, including having the same strength as him. But I will definitely be stronger than you, because I can use all of my power and you can't. The man sneered. Qin Xiang held onto the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword, and vigilantly looked at this fellow who had the same face as him. Just now, the other party had threatened to kill him. So you're saying that you've become a lot of powerful people before. So why didn't you turn into those powerful people to deal with me? Qin Xiang asked, holding on to the divine blade tightly. This talent of mine can only be used once. I was captured here to wait for the first person to enter this place, then to become him, to kill him, to obtain his soul, to become him. This is the only way I can leave this place. I have already thought of a name for myself. That Zhou Fei laughed, his face full of confidence. Although you are very weak, you still managed to climb the heaven's stairway with difficulty. Luckily, you managed to climb it. Otherwise, I do not know how long I would have to wait. Qin Xiang already understood that this strange spirit body was just a trap placed here, waiting for him to come. You want to become me? Dream on, you have the same strength as me. But you don't have the same soul as me. You have the same impossibility of becoming me, and I will absolutely not give you a chance. Qin Xiang was not one bit afraid of Zhou Fei. Ha! Zhou Fei raised his head and laughed maniacally. The azure dragon's sword in his hand continuously flashed. He was quickly pouring a terrifying divine force into it. Qin Xiang was very familiar with that power. It was from his body, as though it was extracted from his body. If he did not see it with his own eyes, he would not have believed that such a strange spirit body existed. Thank you for granting me such a satisfactory power. Thank you for allowing me to obtain the heaven-earth killing method. This is a peerless divine art, haha. As Zhou Fei spoke, he had already disappeared. Sensing the spatial energy, Qin Xiang was greatly shocked in his heart. This Zhou Fei was actually able to completely duplicate his energy and was even able to use the power of spatial laws. What surprised him the most was that after Zhou Fei became his replica, he also managed to grasp the heaven-earth killing method. Qin Xiang suspected that his soul had been copied by Zhou Fei. There can only be one me in this world. Zhou Fei's maniacal laughter echoed in the luxurious hall, so you must die. Just as Qin Xiang was slowly spinning, Zhou Fei suddenly appeared in front of him, the green dragon's sword in his hand that had been infused with his powerful Ji. Deep power had already pierced into his heart. The profound Wu diamond armor on Qin Xiang's body suddenly appeared. But Zhou Fei's sword attack was extremely powerful and sent him flying. Seeing Qin Xiang's profound Wu diamond armor, Zhou Fei frowned. His face had a trace of anger. He did not know that Qin Xiang had such a holy armor. After Qin Xiang was sent flying, he stood firmly on the ground. He was completely fine. He had been very sure that Zhou Fei would not be able to replicate the divine weapon. So he did not have any profound Wu diamond armor S or killing D hard S. However, the other party's physical body was as strong as his, and he also had the devil-suppressing golden body, so his poison had no effect on him. Qin Xiang stood there, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The Zhou Fei in front of him was equivalent to a very strong him. It was easy to defeat others, but very difficult to defeat himself. This was a very rare opportunity. Defeating him is equivalent to defeating myself. Suddenly, Qin Xiang kept his green dragon, demon-slain broadsword, and profound Wu diamond armor. He decided not to use his divine weapon. Zhou Fei's sword attack just now had made him believe that Zhou Fei had truly displayed his entire body's power to the fullest. This was something he could not do, but now he had to do it, or else he would be defeated. What are you laughing at now? Zhou Fei saw Qin Xiang keeping the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword, and he found it hard to understand. Could it be that you want to admit defeat? How could I admit defeat? Your appearance is extremely important to me, and also extremely difficult to come by. Right now, I am extremely eager for power and you. It will become a stepping stone for me to become stronger. I will defeat you with my bare hands and defeat myself. Qin Xiang was full of confidence. After going through the 100,000 heaven stairway, he had already trained to the point of having an incomparably firm conviction. Zhou Fei was a spirit body, and he had cultivated his own intelligence. He knew how to be angry as well, because Qin Xiang's words made him instantly turn furious. It was just that this slash was much more terrifying than the one Qin Xiang released previously, because the vast wave of sword qi that was used like wild waves with the force of killing the heavens and the earth. This spirit that had just replicated his power was able to nimbly use his power from the start. This made Qin Xiang even more excited. Looking at the vast and mighty sword qi, it was as though it could destroy the heaven and earth and envelop Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang was very serious at the moment, and he felt that the power was similar to the heavenly tribulations of the 100,000 heaven stairway. Although it was very scary and looked as if he couldn't go up, he still relied on his will and his firm heart to do what he thought was impossible. At the same time, his eyes became empty, and a faint white light appeared in his eyes. He slowly raised his fist, and the aura he suddenly gathered around him seemed like the collapse of heaven and earth, the overturning of the seas, the absence of any aura, but the aura was extremely terrifying. Heaven and earth annihilating fist. A technique suddenly appeared in Qin Xiang's mind. When the vast waves, sword qi, struck him, he instantly digested the technique and slashed out towards the invisible but terrifying vast waves, sword qi. Qin Xiang's fist faced that terrifying sword qi, and the two forces brought along the might of heaven and earth, as they fiercely clashed against each other and released that roar, as if the heaven and earth were crying out in grief, and the two of them were being forced to retreat by the surging waves. What made Zhou Fei surprised was the azure dragon sword in his hand almost flew out from the impact. The two of them were separated by dozens of meters, but their clash through the air was also extremely terrifying. Zhou Fei did not expect Qin Xiang to suddenly unleash a strong power that was hidden within his body. Surprisingly, he did not expect Qin Xiang's punch to land on his arm. Zhou Fei did not expect Qin Xiang to suddenly unleash a strong power that was hidden within his body. Surprisingly, he did not expect Qin Xiang's punch to land on his arm. It seems that I've underestimated you. Since that's the case, I will make your defeat even more thorough. He felt that he had copied Qin Xiang's everything, and he himself was a spirit body that had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. He felt that he understood the use of power even more than Qin Xiang did, and knew how to use his own strength. In Zhou Fei's eyes, humans did not have a good image to begin with, and he hated humans even more. Right now, he wished that he could defeat Qin Xiang immediately, leave this place and go Ma's saker in the human world. Zhou Fei's figure flashed, darting towards Qin Xiang from left to right. He used his spatial energy, becoming extremely proficient when he traveled through SPAC, changing his position continuously in the SPAC hull. Before he even reached Qin Xiang's side, Qin Xiang suddenly sensed a sharp sword qi approaching from the side. In that extremely short period of time, Qin Xiang suddenly extended his hand and grabbed, just in time to grab the tip of the azure dragon sword. He suddenly retracted his hand, pulling the azure dragon sword back. The sword strike he used just now came through SPAC, and at this moment he was at Qin Xiang's other side. Qin Xiang did not expect that by the time he discovered it, Zhou Fei would already be laughing wildly, throwing a heavy kick at his face. Zhou Fei's kick was extremely vicious. It was as if tens of thousands of mountains had crashed down upon him, and there was even the sound of waves flowing through the water. Qin Xiang's face was kicked to the side, causing his bones to be in extreme pain, as though his face was about to shatter. His entire body was sent flying by the powerful force, as though he was a flying meteorite, quickly and ruthlessly loading himself onto the stiff stone wall of the great hall. Almost at the same time he collided with the wall, he fiercely thrusted out his sword. The deep, cold sword chi that caused people's back to turn cold could repeatedly penetrate through everything, and this sword was aimed at Qin Xiang's throat. After Qin Xiang sensed the sword chi that was filled with endless killing intent. Under this situation, he immediately used all of his strength to dodge and appeared behind Zhou Fei. He waved his fists, using the heaven and earth-killing fist. He smashed at Zhou Fei's back violently. After going through the tempering of the heaven stairway, Qin Xiang was already able to unearth a lot of energy that was hidden in his body. At this time, he crazily unleashed heaven and earth-killing fist combined with the spatial laws, causing his fists to fly in all directions. Boom! 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 Each of these fists contained a terrifying killing intent that caused the heavens to tremble. The killing intent emitted bursts of roars, as if it were a demonic spirit that filled the entire hall. The SPAC around Zhou Fei had long been shaken by Qin Xiang's heaven-earth killing method, and thus could not maintain its stability, causing Zhou Fei to be unable to teleport. At the moment, his entire body was being crushed by Qin Xiang's pair of berserk fists, and every punch that landed on his body contained the power of an earthquake that could destroy 10,000 mountains. Qin Xiang only took a few seconds to smash his body with multiple punches. He never thought that he would be in such pain. Blood already flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Zhou Fei roared, all the energy in his body exploding out, forming a burst of powerful qi wave like a roaring sea. It swept up waves of energy wave, ripping Qin Xiang, who was beside him, away. After that, he used the force of the roar and pierced towards Qin Xiang once again. The angry Zhou Fei's eyes were bloodshot. The azure dragon sword that was originally glowing with a green light was now emitting a black gas. Zhou Fei seemed to be burning with evil energy, his body spewing out an extremely evil aura, which made people think that he was a cruel and BLOODY evil demon. His cultivation went berserk, this is true. This guy suddenly obtained such a strong power, and his mentality isn't good at all. Qin Xiang turned his head to avoid the sword, and indifferently looked at Zhou Fei, whose eyes were completely red. You are truly very strong, especially this sword. I'm afraid even a fifth cycle sacred transformation would have difficulty resisting against it. As he said that, Zhou Fei, who had lost his mind, had already crazily thrusted out his sword dozens of times, and Qin Xiang dodged them all. However, you have completely lost control of this power, and right now, the one controlling this power is not you, but the evil in your heart. After grasping the strong power, the dark side hidden in your heart is a side that everyone has, but people will be restricted by all sorts of restrictions, and they will be able to suppress this dark side. Qin Xiang only wanted to fight him fair and square, but Zhou Fei had already become an evil demon who had lost all sense of reason. All the strength in his body carried a very evil attribute. If he used the devil-suppressing magic power, it would be much easier for him, but it was not much of a challenge for him. None of your business. Zhou Fei roared his fist, and the azure dragon's sword clashed as he crazily attacked Qin Xiang. He did not care for his life, he just released a powerful attack, which burned his strength crazily. Right now, my strength is the strongest, so you are unable to do it. It is impossible for you to do it. Other than dodging, what else can you do? If you have the ability to attack me, you can't hurt me at all. Zhou Fei laughed sinisterly, his fists and swords crossing over. He was so fast that many shadows appeared, and he stepped on the shrinking step, chasing after Qin Xiang's berserk attack. Qin Xiang also stepped on the shrinking step, and the two of them seemed to slide quickly on the ground, their figures moving extremely fast, extremely blurry, and unable to see their movements clearly. They moved extremely fast. Really? Do you really think I'm that weak? Qin Xiang's eyes flashed. The light aura being released was extremely sharp. In that moment, it was as though his entire being had changed. He suddenly extended his hands out and grabbed onto Zhou Fei's wrists. It had to be known that Zhou Fei's current attack speed was extremely fast. It was not easy for Qin Xiang to grab his wrist, but he appeared to be so simple. Chun Xiang looked at the face that looked exactly like him, with an extremely serious expression, and said word by word, "Your current strength is indeed terrifying, but you are unable to fully utilize the essence of my strength. You have replicated my strength, but you are unable to replicate the respect and trust one have in it. You can't control this power at all. You don't have any feelings for this power, and you have never thought of using it properly. The container of your current strength, even though you have a strong physical body, is only a walking corpse." Chun Xiang grabbed onto Zhou Fei's wrist with all his might and suddenly felt the power inside Zhou Fei's body enter into his body crazily, which surprised him. But the power was so familiar, so close, and did not reject him from entering his divine sense C, fusing into his heavenly pellet. Zhou Fei discovered that the power in his body was flowing towards Qin Xiang. He was immediately enraged and kicked at Qin Xiang's abdomen, but a burst of power surged out from Qin Xiang's body, blocking his kick. Zhou Fei discovered that the power in his body was flowing towards Qin Xiang. He was immediately enraged and kicked at Qin Xiang's abdomen, but a burst of power surged out from Qin Xiang's body, blocking his kick. "Do you think I didn't manage to get anything from that heaven stairway?" Qin Xiang sneered. "Climbing that heaven stairway, I have lost a large amount of precious medicinal herbs, but my harvest was even bigger, allowing me to have a deeper understanding of the hidden power in my body." Qin Xiang used the devil-suppressing magic power to increase his strength and both of his hands to increase his strength. With a kacha sound, the bones on Zhou Fei's wrists were crushed, causing him to scream out in pain and kick Qin Xiang crazily. He had walked up from the heaven stairway and had unintentionally unleashed all the potential in his body. He believed that he could now use the soul inside the killing Zhou Di heart to control the terrifying sword thrust out of his body. Zhou Fei was firmly frozen by Qin Xiang. He roared, cursed, and continuously kicked at Qin Xiang, but he was blocked by the force of Qin Xiang's body. The speed at which the energy in his body flowed into Qin Xiang became faster and faster. The power of Zhou Fei's copy of Qin Xiang was just as strong. Qin Xiang did not know why it was so strange, but Zhou Fei had actually copied his beast-type heavenly pellet cultivation method. Right now, it could be said that Qin Xiang was devouring Zhou Fei, but he did not use his devouring magic kung fu. He only grabbed onto Zhou Fei, and the energy consciously entered into his body. He believed that although the energy was copied, it was still his. Because this was originally his power, he was able to perfectly fuse it, just like how it had always been. It was not only a large amount of divine power. Zhou Fei's soul, heaven pellet, and all the other powers in his body all entered Qin Xiang's body by themselves. You are the evil demon. You have devoured my power." Zhou Fei's face gradually shriveled up as he screamed in horror. His previous imposing manner was now completely gone. "You should be well aware that the force entered my body by itself." Qin Xiang said indifferently, "There can only be one me in this world. My power can only be on one person, so you must die. I will thank you." "Ah!" Zhou Fei cried out in disbelief. His body had already completely dried up, but he still had a lot of energy entering Qin Xiang's body. This is the power inside his bones. His bones are also gold in color. Qin Xiang closed his eyes and looked at the divine sense C. With Zhou Fei's power, he had already stepped into the fourth cycle of the sacred transformation. His divine power was becoming stronger and stronger, especially his bones. The beast-type heavenly pill had also become rather big. He did not expect that fighting with this replica would result in such a huge harvest. "In this way, my Yulong blood will become even purer, but I do not have the special surname of the Draconian. I wonder what will happen to me in the future." Qin Xiang picked up the azure dragon sword, waved it around to memorize what it was, and then put it away. "I already have the 7 dragon sword, holy dragon sword, fire dragon sword, azure dragon sword, and thunder dragon sword. I still need to collect the white dragon sword and the Tianlong sword." Qin Xiang had always been curious about what would happen if he gathered all the 7 dragons' sword. Right now, he was already a little excited because there was a high possibility that the white dragon sword and the Tianlong sword were in Long Xue's hands. After being lightly touched by Qin Xiang, Zhou Fei's body turned into a pile of ashes. His power had been lost so much that he couldn't even preserve his body. This guy is already dead. What's next? Is this the emperor's tomb? Qin Xiang looked around, searching for a door. However, he felt that this place was so big, it had already taken up a lot of space inside the Lion Mountain. The lobby was very tall. Qin Xiang felt that there shouldn't be any hidden stone rooms above. Even if there were, it should only be deep inside. Just as he was searching for the entrance, the ground suddenly shook. He felt a violent tremble beneath his feet, as well as a powerful force rush pulsing towards him. He immediately jumped away. In the middle of the hall, a small stone tower that was 7 stories tall suddenly rose up. The stone tower looked like it had some ideas, and it was not very particular when it was built. It looked rough on the outside, but it gave off a very sturdy feeling. Could it be in this tower? Qin Xiang circled around the tower in the distance and started to carefully observe it. The tower looked extremely small compared to the majestic structure that was the devil-suppressing divine palace. It didn't look like the place where the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord's corpse was kept at all. I can only go in and take a look. Qin Xiang could only enter the tower now, because there was no other way out of this place. Just as he entered the entrance of the stone tower, Qin Xiang saw a simple and cracked stone chest placed in the middle of the tower. He wanted to go over to open it, but he decided to wait and see before doing so. He continued to ascend. The 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th floors were devoid of anything, and the interior was extremely simple and crude. The walls had not been cleaned, and the floor was paved with uneven stone bricks. Qin Xiang slowly stepped onto the stairs of the 7th floor. He felt that there was at least something on this floor, so he was already mentally prepared, but he couldn't help but be shocked because of this. In the middle of the floor, there was actually an old man wearing a tattered gray robe, whose head of white hair covered most of his body. His hair and eyebrows were long and white, which was why Qin Xiang felt that he was an old man. However, his face was young and very handsome, as if he was a handsome young man. If he had trimmed and blackened his hair, he would have looked like a very energetic young man. Who is this guy? Qin Xiang thought. Isn't this the Emperor's tomb? There should be a corpse here. Could it be that this is the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord's corpse? But it doesn't look like a corpse. Qin Xiang carefully circled the white-haired teenager, using his divine power to check his body, but didn't find anything. He looked at it for a long time, but still could not tell what it was. He was a bit worried because this was the only clue he could find in this tower. Senior, are you still alive? Qin Xiang could not help but ask. If I'm not alive, you won't be able to see this tower. The man actually replied him. Qin Xiang scolded himself in his heart. He should have asked earlier. The fact that this person could speak surprised Qin Xiang, and he quickly came to the front of the man. This man's eyes were already opened, and his gaze was as deep as the ocean, revealing an indescribable vicissitudes of life. Senior, who are you? Qin Xiang asked. Are you 10 Heavens Supreme Lord? Qin Xiang just thought that this place had been sealed for a long time, but there was still a living person here, so he suspected that this was the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord. Qin Xiang just thought that this place had been sealed for a long time, but there was still a living person here, so he suspected that this was the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord. 10 Heavens Supreme Lord is lying in the sarcophagus below. If you want to see him, you can leave right now, but he can't speak. He's dead. The man said as he looked at Qin Xiang. The 10 Heavens Supreme Lord was actually placed inside that broken coffin like that, causing Qin Xiang to be stunned. He was unable to connect the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord and that broken coffin with each other, as that did not fit 10 Heavens Supreme Lord's ident. One, tie it all. Then you. Who is it? Xiang asked again. Of course, he would not open the coffin to look at 10 Heaven's Supreme Lord. It was extremely disrespectful. My name is Jiang Sheng. Jiang Sheng. Xiang tried very hard to think of the things that Long Shui had told him to look for something with this name. He felt that since Jiang Sheng could live that long in this place, he must have been an extremely powerful and famous person back then. His memory was extremely good, and he was sure that Long Shui had never told him this person's name before. Senior Jiang. I was guided here by this green dragon, demon-slain broadsword, and now I can't go out, and I have urgent matters to attend to outside. Xiang took out the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword. I wonder what methods do you have to force me out? Jiang Sheng extended his hand, indicating that Xiang should pa-s the divine blade to him. Xiang didn't know why, but he felt no hostility or vigilance towards this Jiang Sheng. He pa-s, said the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword over, and when he did, he actually felt that it was trembling slightly, as if it was very excited. I never thought that this blade could be pa-s set down until now. I can have a decent master, so I won't be lonely with him. You already have 2 companions. Jiang Sheng caressed the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword, looking as gentle as if he was caressing his own children. Xiang suddenly felt that Jiang Sheng was most likely a divine craftsman. Senior, are you a divine craftsman? Xiang asked somewhat excitedly. Well, you've heard of me. Jiang Sheng returned the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword to Xiang. My matter should not be spread further. Could it be that that piece of history has not been destroyed yet? No. During this period of time, the news of the 9 emperors and 5 venerables has spread like wildfire. Xiang took a deep breath. His heart was thumping hard. He had a lot of divine weapons in his hands, forged by the divine craftsman. Divine blacksmith was the supreme soldier, one of the 5 great monarchs. His status was extremely high, and many emperors did not wish to make him their enemy. Senior, why don't you want your hammer and divine cauldron? Xiang immediately took out the divine cauldron and divine hammer. Now that these items have returned to their rightful owners, these things are basically a waste in my hands. I'll just use them to fight. Jiang Sheng laughed. One of the reasons that I created these 2 things was for fighting. He fiddled with the divine hammer and the small cauldron, exclaiming, I never thought that you would actually be able to find the lid. Back then, the lid was taken away by that old man Tanging. Then he went to the sacred beast's ancient realm and entered the seal. Tanging is Dan Emperor's name. Very few people knew the name of the 9 emperors and 5 venerables. Perhaps only they knew of it. That's right, you also went to the sacred beast's ancient realm. Jiang Sheng frowned as he looked at Xiang. How did you come out? Xiang sat down and sighed. It's a long story. He told Jiang Sheng about the sacred beast's ancient realm. I never thought it would be like this. In order to come out, that old man did not hesitate to give up his own body. I wonder how he is doing now. Is he still in 9 Heaven World? Jiang Sheng sighed. He should be learning the beast-slain method. You should keep these things. Back then, the reason I threw them away was to give them to a fated person. Now that they are all gathered by you, it seems like you and these items are fated to be together. Jiang Sheng pushed the divine cauldron and hammer towards Xiang. Thank you for your gift, Senior. Xiang kept it well. He had already seen that Jiang Sheng was the kind of person who had nothing to worry about. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed here for so long. You still lack the Suzaku divine weapon and the Qilin divine weapon. It's a pity that my book is missing. Otherwise, I would have been able to find the forging blueprints on it. But I can still remember it. I'll find a time to get a copy for you. Jiang Sheng looked at the slaughtered Di's hand that Xiang took out, his face full of memories. This. I have the vermilion bird's corpse, and the book you mentioned should be in the divine realm, right? I've already obtained it, but I don't have the strength to forge a divine weapon right now. Xiang said, The Suzaka silk has already merged with one of my wives. Just as he had thought, outside of the 4 symbols divine weapons, there were also the Qilin divine weapons. The land of divine communication. Jiang Xing muttered. He then sighed. His face had a look of regret. Chen Xiang did not know what he was regretting about either. Senior, why did the green dragon demon-slain broadsword lead me here? Chun Xiang was more curious about this. Jiang Xing shook his head. This is Chi S, H-I, plus S decision. I don't know why. Go and open his coffin. Maybe I can tell you his corpse. Qin Xiang suddenly felt Guseb. You, MPS, 10 Heaven Supreme, Lord's dead body would tell him. Let's go together. Jiang Xing slowly stood up, his body crackling. He was stretching his muscles and bones, and it could be seen that he hadn't moved them for a long time. You must be under a lot of pressure outside since you've gotten so many good stuff. Jiang Xing chuckled and patted Chen Xiang's shoulders. Back then, I thought that these so-called treasures were actually just some trouble, so in the end I threw them all away and gave these headaches to someone else. It's not bad. Your descendants chase after me and chop me all day, and I am enemies with them now. Chun Xiang said, I have no descendants. Jiang Sheng frowned her long white brows. Someone is actually pretending to be my descendant. How preposterous is that? Said it was Pa S said down by his disciple all those years ago. Chun Xiang said in shock. No wonder the spirit grain they used didn't have a trace of your style. I have a disciple, but I didn't let that guy inherit it in my name. And that guy didn't even learn anything from me back then. He actually had the nerve to help me inherit it. Jiang Sheng suddenly became angry. But right now, they're not really any trouble. My biggest trouble are the heavenly regions, heavenly dragon race. And there's also Fire Emperor. They're preparing to attack my dragon fountain. Chen Xiang sighed. I have to get out quickly, or else many of my people will die. They had already arrived at the side of the broken coffin on the first floor. Jiang Sheng smiled and said, You are much stronger than this dead person. Back then, he had to suffer for many years in order to attract the sky region's attention. They're almost going to destroy me. Chun Xiang said snappily. A thought flashed through Chun Xiang's mind. He was worried that there was someone from the 9 heaven world who did not come to stop the battle. So wasn't there one more person that was easy to talk to? After staying here for so long, the divine craftsman must be stronger. It shouldn't be too difficult to deal with the other experts from the heaven realm. A thought flashed through Chun Xiang's mind. He was worried that there was someone from the 9 heaven world who did not come to stop the battle. So wasn't there one more person that was easy to talk to? After staying here for so long, the divine craftsman must be stronger. It shouldn't be too difficult to deal with the other experts from the heaven realm. Senior, the 9 heaven world is in such a mess right now, and they are also facing danger. Don't you intend to go out and join in the fun? Qin Xiang asked. Jiang Sheng was patting the broken coffin, and from the looks of it, he seemed to be undoing the restrictions on it. I don't want to die yet, so I'm in the safest place. This is a small realm of telekinesis that I've used a long time to open. Even if the 9 heaven world were to be destroyed, this place would still be safe for a long time. Jiang Sheng said. Qin Xiang never thought that a ranker with such strength like Jiang Sheng would actually be so afraid of the rankers who had descended upon the 9 heaven world. However, he knew that the rankers in the 9 emperors and 5 venerables all escaped the 9 heaven world to protect their lives after Ditian was destroyed. Senior, you are worried about H.E.L. Devil Emperor. Qin Xiang asked. I'm worried about what he's doing. He doesn't even need to do anything to kill me. Jiang Sheng laughed at himself. Although I am called a divine craftsman, my abilities are extremely limited. Qin Xiang was startled. He could see that the divine craftsman was worried about many things. This is also why I don't want to go out. Once I go out, I'll be killed. When the time comes, I won't be able to do anything. Jiang Xing shook his head and sighed. Under his slaps, the broken sarcophagus had flashed with many S, H, I, plus Ning's spirit grain S, and Qin Xiang was glad that they did not open it when he came in. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome. Are they really that scary? Qin Xiang was in disbelief. I've seen Divine Feather School. It's a woman. She's called Feng Yujie. Do you know her? I do. Her strength is not bad. If I were to fight with her, it wouldn't be any good. Jiang Sheng suddenly frowned. I never thought that you would have met her before. She's still all right now. She's one of the few people in the past who didn't sell their souls. She's all right, but she goes into seclusion all day. He looks just like you. Fade out of the mortal world and don't care about worldly affairs. When Qin Xiang thought back to Feng Yujie, he realized that he looked really similar to Jiang Sheng. Other than that, there was also the white tiger. The first time he met the white tiger gave off this feeling. This kind of expert that stood at the peak of the 9th level all those years ago actually didn't have that kind of fighting spirit anymore. Only the white tiger was a bit better. I've even seen a white tiger before, and he's the same as you. Why have you guys been unable to recover since the time of the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord? Qin Xiang found it hard to understand. Jiang Sheng sighed, because I'm powerless to turn the situation around. Do you know why it is so hard to kill Fire Emperor and Ice Emperor? Even Chi S, H, I plus couldn't kill them. This. Why? Qin Xiang only thought that Fire Emperor and Ice Emperor were very stubborn, but they were still beaten half to death by 10 Heavens Supreme Lord. In the end, Ice Emperor still died in his hands. Because they are immortal. Jiang Sheng said in a heavy voice, those experts from the realm of flame heaven have already sold their souls to H.E.L. Devil Emperor. H.E.L. Devil Emperor promised them that after they die, they would not extract their souls from their bodies, and as long as their souls remain in their bodies, they will be able to revive as long as their souls remain strong for a long time. They are all immortal, and only by destroying their souls can they be considered to be completely dead. However, the H.E.L. Devil Emperor has strengthened their souls, so it's extremely difficult to destroy them. Jiang Sheng shook his head and sighed. No matter how we kill them, we can't kill them all, so we can only let it go and hide. Unless we can find a good way to deal with them, because with the H.E.L. Devil Emperor supporting them in all aspects, they will definitely improve. Qin Xiang rubbed his chin, thinking back to how he killed Ice Emperor, and said, could it be that I didn't kill off Ice Emperor then? I remember he didn't even have a corpse. As for his soul, that's hard to say. If this guy is still alive, then wouldn't I be in trouble? When he killed the Ice Emperor, his methods were quite vicious. He used the magical corruption gas S and the D-Eclipse powder S. These two things even scared the G-O-D-S. What? You killed the Ice Emperor? That's unlikely. Jiang Sheng was in disbelief. He opened the coffin's lid, and a wave of cold air leaked out, causing Qin Xiang to S.H.I plus Ver. This is Chi S.H.I plus S corpse. I have refined some special ice. Along with some restrictions, it can prevent him from becoming a big lion after he dies. Jiang Sheng pointed inside and said, Qin Xiang could only see a piece of white ice that was emitting a lot of smoke. He could not see what the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord looked like at all. I really got rid of the Ice Emperor back then, Qin Xiang said in a serious tone, and then lowered his voice. I used D-Eclipse powder. Upon hearing the D-Eclipse powder, Jiang Sheng suddenly opened her eyes wide and raised her long white eyebrows. If it's the D-Eclipse powder, it's possible to get rid of his body and maybe even melt his soul. But his soul doesn't perish, and he can only travel the world, so it will take him a very long time to recreate his body. I'm afraid that the H.E.L. Devil Emperor will help him rebuild his body. Qin Xiang was confused. Why would the H.E.L. Devil Emperor cooperate with them? Why do they need their souls? H.E.L. Devil Emperor is equivalent to A.G.O.D. He controls the evil spirits that have died in the 9 heaven world and the various endless heaven realms. As long as there are people who have died in his hands, they will be treated as evil spirits and then enter H-E-L-L. These evil spirits will become the cultivation products of the H-E-L-L Devil Emperor, especially those who are very strong. For example, the 9 emperors and 5 venerables. These kind of people are all the highest grade nutrients for the H-E-L-L Devil Emperor, but he would rather these people protect the world that he controls so that some future evil spirits that might not be able to escape from his control. This Qin Xiang had heard from the White Tiger that the soul of the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord was not bad. Therefore, every once in a while, the H-E-L-L Devil Emperor would let his subordinates plan for a great battle, and at the same time he had even signed a soul contract with those strong warriors, so that those fellows who worked for the H-E-L-L Devil Emperor would be unable to escape the control of the H-E-L-L Devil Emperor. As long as they don't go against the H-E-L-L Devil Emperor, they will never die. Qin Xiang took a deep breath. The great battle that happened on Ditian back then, as well as the great war between 3 realms afterwards, were all planned by someone. No wonder. Jiang Sheng nodded his head and said it was all planned by that group of fellows from the heavenly realm. It was precisely because Chi Plus was aware of this at the time that caused him to rule the entire 9 heaven world and let everyone work together to bring about peace and stability for a long time. This caused the H-E-L-L Devil Emperor to not receive a large number of evil spirits for a long time, which was why something happened to Chi-S, H-I plus. Sigh. It's no wonder that I wasn't targeted by the H-E-L-L Devil Emperor because I wasn't a threat to him at all. Instead, I provided him with a large number of evil spirits for him to cultivate. Qin Xiang curled his lips. Looks like this H-E-L-L Devil Emperor is the true great emperor of this 9 heaven world. In this world, there are still many people who do not need to go to H-E-L-L after death. However, the H-E-L-L Devil Emperor is only using the loopholes of the rules, so there's still a lot of power that can restrain him. This was the first time Qin Xiang heard this saying. He thought that the H-E-L-L Devil Emperor was an invincible existence. Seeing Qin Xiang's face filled with curiosity, Jiang Sheng continued, "Since you know about the G-O-D realm, then you should believe that there is still another G-O-D-S realm, also known as the Primal Chaos realm. It was established during the Primal Chaos era. Senior, because you can't go to that G-O-D-S realm, you gave up on yourself." Qin Xiang laughed. He had already guessed this a long time ago. He was at the highest level world today, the place where the heavens and earth were set and activated. Even if I can go there, I think I would be a miscellaneous person. But I heard that after a few people die, their souls would directly ascend to become G-O-D-S at that place. And there are also creatures that can pass the G-O-D's trial with their own strength, entering the G-O-D-S realm. Although I am called a divine craftsman and was able to refine divine weapons, I still haven't said the assessment. The main reason is that my strength is too weak. Jiang Sheng sighed. If I was as powerful as Chi-S, H-I plus, I might be able to pass the G-O-D's assessment. Qin Xiang rubbed the ice that had sealed 10 Heavens Supreme Lordess and asked, "The green dragon, demon-slain broadsword must have guided me here. So it can't be that they want me to bring you out, right? Now that I have seen the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord, there isn't any reaction at all. Take out the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword, and take a look." Jiang Sheng said. Qin Xiang took out the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword. The divine blade did not have any reaction, and then he placed the divine blade on that snow-white block of ice. Not long after the divine blade was placed on the blade, a burst of cyan light appeared. It's a remnant soul of Chi-S, H-I plus, and he actually sealed a remnant soul inside the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword. In this way, as long as this remnant soul enters his body, he might be able to come back to life. Jiangxing suddenly became excited. No wonder he was so desperate to isolate himself with the green dragon demon-slain broadsword. So that's the reason. Otherwise, the green dragon demon-slain broadsword would have had to follow him into H.L. Looking at the ice that flickered with green light, Qinxiang became excited as well. Senior, why didn't he give you the divine blade back then? Even though this blade was created by me, he didn't approve of me. Furthermore, he knew how to fly in the sky and escape into the ground, so in the end it took a lot of effort for Long Han and that big-sized guy to seal it up. The remnant spirit might need to find a new master to gradually awaken, but Qi-S, H.I. plus didn't tell us that. Chen Xiang had already guessed that the people involved in this matter were divine craftsmen. Jiang Sheng began to melt the ice, allowing the remnant soul to enter 10 heavens, supreme Lord's body. The green dragon, demon-slain broadsword, had already returned to Qin Xiang's divine sensei. Now, Qin Xiang understood why, when he was using the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword before, he felt that this divine blade had a very strong consciousness and was releasing the power of the divine blade. After the ice melted, Qin Xiang saw 10 heavens supreme Lord's appearance. He was a very handsome, middle-aged man with a beard on his chin. After the ice melted, Qin Xiang saw 10 heavens supreme Lord's appearance. He was a very handsome, middle-aged man with a beard on his chin. Is this the 10 heavens supreme Lord? Qin Xiang muttered. This 10 heavens supreme Lord in front of him didn't have the aura of an emperor, although it was just a body, but it should more or less have that kind of emperor aura. On the contrary, Fire Emperor and LV Chilian had let him feel this way before. Just as Qin Xiang was about to ask, Jiang Sheng reached into the sarcophagus and slapped 10 Heaven Supreme Lord's face. B-A-S-T-A-R-D, you slept for so long. Wake up quickly. There was a little kid who traveled so far and spent so much effort, he almost died several times along the way before bringing the green, dragon, demon-slain, broadsword here. Pa. It could be seen that the 10 Heaven Supreme Lord's corpse was still preserved very well. It was just that Chen Xiang could not watch any longer. The divine craftsman was too ruthless. He actually tortured a dead person to death. After the divine craftsman slapped him a few times, 10 Heaven Supreme Lord suddenly opened his eyes. 2 rays of green light shot out from his eyes. He fiercely jumped out of the coffin and cursed. Old Jiang, are you done fighting? Didn't I tell you to integrate faster and relax your muscles? Jiang Xing chuckled, then said to Qin Xiang, the mission that you risked your life coming here to do is to revive this B-A-S-T-A-R-D. Qin Xiang was startled. He looked at 10 Heaven Supreme Lord. This guy did not have a bit of the demeanor of an expert. I know your name is Chen Xiang, and that remnant spirit of mine would be in a half-awake state from time to time, so I know a little about you. You did a good job and didn't disappoint me to actually be able to let me live like this, haha. Qi-S, H-I, plus patted Qin Xiang's shoulders and laughed out loud. Brat, you aren't an easy person either. Don't pretend to be pure. You have so many powerful things on your hand now. As long as you are a little stronger, you will be able to torture those B-S-T-A-R-D-S to death. Chen Xiang reacted. After all this was the 10 Heaven Supreme Lord. He anxiously wanted to bow to Qi-S, H-I+, but who knew he would be stopped by Qi-S, H-I+. Don't do this for me. You have inherited a lot of things from me, so you have to work hard in the future. Qi-S, H-I+ laughed. This. Great Emperor, what kind of state are you in now? Have you fully revived or temporarily resurrected? Isn't your soul still in H-E-L-L? Chen Xiang was very suspicious about this. Qi-S, H-I+ sighed. I don't want that H-A-L-L soul. It's impossible for me to get out. At the beginning, I had kept that back up, nurtured my second soul, and sealed it inside the green dragon demon-slain broadsword. Finally, by absorbing the soul energy emitted by the dead, it would be more or less time for my body to revive. Jiang Sheng laughed. In that case, I am much stronger than you right now. Chi plus patted Chen Xiang's shoulder. That is not necessarily true. Wait a little longer. My successor will definitely win against you. Chen Xiang had heard from Duan Ming and the White Tiger that the Ten Heavens Supreme Lord was very easygoing and approachable. It was exactly as the rumors said, but Chi plus no longer had the kind of earth-shaking power like back then. Seniors, my dragon fountain is being prepared to be attacked. I need to go back quickly. Is there any way to leave this place? Chen Xiang asked anxiously. Since you're in such a hurry, I'm going to give you a proper lesson so that you can become stronger. Chi plus frowned. Can we wait any longer? It'll be quick. There's about 3 or 4 months left. That dragon fountain is very important to me, and when the time comes, many of my friends will be there to protect me. If I can't return by then, I'll kill them all. Chen Xiang's face was filled with worry. Enough. Chi plus looked at Jiang Sheng. Old Jiang, go out and capture those annoying idiots inside. I talked for so long, and you sat for so long, it's about time to make up for it. Chi plus laughed brazenly as he patted Chen Xiang's shoulders so that he did not have to worry. Jiang Sheng had already disappeared, and leaving via the transmission array, Chen Xiang was much more at ease. With the dragon outside, what are they doing here? Chen Xiang asked curiously. They wanted to break into this place. Those dragons knew about the Heaven Extended method, and they seemed to have predicted that I would come back alive, so they came to make trouble. Chi plus laughed out loud. But that dog at Hi plus T Dragon Emperor of his thinks too highly of himself, and doesn't want to bother with such a small matter. If he were to personally take action, you would have died long ago. Chen Xiang couldn't laugh it off. The Dragon Emperor would be in a lot of trouble if he knew that Yu Yang had revived the Ten Heavens Supreme Lord. If that Dragon Emperor attack my dragon fountain, wouldn't I be done for? Will Senior Jiang be able to deal with him? Chen Xiang was a little worried. Old Jiang is only a blacksmith. Of course, he can't beat that Dragon Emperor. But you don't have to worry. The gluttonous dragon that eats all day and drinks for nothing on your body can stall him for a while. Chi plus said with emotion. I never thought that this gluttony would still be the same, able to eat so much. Fortunately, I have you. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been long since it was reborn, and it would have starved to death. Hi plus and Long Shui had known each other from the start, and Long Shui had even lent him the divine deity. Chen Xiang scolded Long Shui. How could he hide so many things from him? Before his memories awoken, he did not speak of it, but now that his memories had awoken, he did not tell him any of the secrets. Senior, I heard that you owe her a divine deity. So how are you going to return it to her? Your soul should still be in Hell, right? When Chen Xiang thought about this, he could see Hi plus going crazy. Hi plus, who was always smiling, suddenly could not laugh anymore. This? She told you, but she said she wouldn't. It was your master, Senior White Tiger. Chen Xiang looked at him speechlessly. This guy actually forgot something as important as divine deity. Who cares about him? If he wants to kill me, let him do so. It's not like I haven't died before. Even Chen Xiang wanted to beat him up, let alone Long Shui. Chen Xiang asked again, if she goes to Hell, is it possible to get her divine deity back? Hi plus shook her head. Impossible. That divine deity has long been devoured by the Hell Devil Emperor. If she knew, she would have thought about fighting the Hell Devil Emperor with her life. But she definitely can't beat the Hell Devil Emperor. Chen Xiang felt that it wasn't worth it. With divine deity, he could enter the DS realm. At that time, he wouldn't have to worry about being tricked by the Hell Devil Emperor anymore. There's no need to worry about her. If she can condense the second divine deity, she must be even more powerful, as it is a form of training for her. There aren't many opportunities to lose her divine deity, so this kind of thing should belong to S. H. I. plus Wu Huang, because who would be unwilling to lose it? Chi S. H. I. plus laughed as he brought Qin Xiang outside to the S.P.A. Sias Hall. He had Qin Xiang take out the divine furnace and start a fire, preparing to eat the dragon meat. Qin Xiang did not understand why Long Shui would lend his divine deity to Chi S. H. I. plus back then. Exactly how did you borrow the divine deity back then? This thing shouldn't be easy to borrow, right? Qin Xiang was very curious about this. It's too easy. I just took out a lot of delicious holy level fruits, and she agreed readily. Chi S. H. I. plus laughed. This gluttonous dragon is very easy to deal with. Qin Xiang could only feel grief for Long Shui. Jiangxing had not returned yet. Just now, Chi S.H.I. plus told him to go out and deal with those sky dragons. Those sky dragons were not as easy to deal with as Qin Xiang had imagined. Jiangxing had not returned yet. Just now, Chi S.H.I. plus told him to go out and deal with those sky dragons. Those sky dragons were not as easy to deal with as Qin Xiang had imagined. Qin Xiang and Chi S.H.I. plus sat in the great hall and waited. They had already lit a fire. Once Jiangsheng returned, they could begin. If Senior Jiang kills all those dragons, would Heavenly Dragon Race S come over? Can they defend this place? Qin Xiang asked. The real Dragon Emperor should be very powerful in his eyes. I'm not too sure, but maybe it is possible. This place has never been attacked by any powerhouses of that level before. Don't think too much about it. Let's have a meal first. Chi S.H.I. plus didn't care at all. He looked at the sacred flame that Qin Xiang had released, and his face was filled with impatience. Why has old Jiang been gone for so long? In all these years, not only has he not become stronger, he has become weaker. Just as Chi S.H.I. plus finished complaining, a ray of red light suddenly shone from a corner. Jiangsheng smiled and reached the spot he was at and quickly walked over. Did you succeed? Chi S.H.I. plus asked. I only caught 2. The rest escaped with serious injuries. Jiangsheng took out a large chunk of dragon meat that had its scales sliced off. It's only 2, and they still managed to escape. But forget it. Chi S.H.I. plus walked over to the piece of dragon meat that looked like a small house. This was only a small piece. If there were a bunch of dragons, they would take up a lot of S.P.A.C. here. Qin Xiang said, Senior, are you sure you want to use this divine cauldron to make food? There are many corpses inside. Jiangsheng laughed. If you want to make food, just use mine. As a divine craftsman who was with a delicious fellow like Chi S.H.I. plus, he must have a lot of food on his hands. Sure enough, Jiangsheng took out a big pot and threw a large amount of dragon meat into it. No one knew what ingredients he put in, making the pot S.H.I. plus NE with a golden light. He was a big lion. It was normal for him to eat meat, but only dragon meat could satisfy him. Right now, he was holding up a huge fork with a large piece of dragon meat stuck in it. These stupid dragons, even though they knew that I was reviving in this period of time, they still sent themselves over for me to eat. After roasting the first piece of meat, Chi S.H.I. plus cut off 2 large pieces for Qin Xiang and Jiangsheng, and then began to wolf it down himself. Qin Xiang and Jiangsheng were both human, so they couldn't eat as much as him, but their appetite was not small either. Adding that this was meat from a sky dragon, which was equivalent to a holy level dragon, the power contained inside was both effective against Jiangsheng and Chi S.H.I. plus, let alone Qin Xiang. I never thought that your remnant soul would be so powerful, to actually be the soul of the holy level, adding your physical body. Even if your strength is not stronger than mine, it would be more than enough to deal with those heavenly dragons. You have already eaten your fill, so if they were to come again, you can go and capture it yourself. At this time, Those 2 dragons had already been eaten, and the majority of them were eaten by Chi. After he finished Replines, Plussing himself, he was in an extremely good state, so both Qin Xiang and Jiang Sheng could feel the powerful strength currently in his body. After eating so much dragon meat, his hair and eyebrows had already turned white. He looked just like a spirited young man, without any trace of the demeanor of an old senior. Sigh, I didn't expect that I would be revived. Only the 2 of you are celebrating me together. My old friends from before, I wonder how they are doing now. Chi sighed. I'm not celebrating you. I still want you to visit for a bit longer. Jiang Sheng curled his lips. As long as I follow you. All I have to do is be unlucky throughout the day. During the time that you die, I'll be much more at ease. Old Jiang, I didn't ask you to take the lead. Normally, you will only create some stuff in the dark and set up some formations. What's there to be down on? Plus patted his shoulder and laughed. Don't worry this time, when I'm revived, I won't be tormenting anything. There's a brat here who can do more than me. Qin Xiang looked at him speechlessly. I don't want to torment them either, but there's nothing I can do about it. Right? Where did the super old fire beast and the frozen dragon ancestor go? Plus said, once they go to DS realm, they will definitely not be able to stay there well. If they can go to that place, most of them will be used as mounts for the DS. Even the powerful ice dragons and super old fire beast could only be used as mounts when they went to DS realm. Now he understood why the ice dragons complained that he did not do well in that place. Can I train now? How can I become stronger in such a short period of time? Qin Xiang asked. He had always been concerned about this matter. Although I have resurrected, it is very difficult for me to reach the peak of my past. However, you can. Chi's face suddenly became serious. You are now in control of the heavenly alchemy, so you got it much earlier than me, and you have a deeper understanding of the heavenly alchemy than me, so you know how to use it to concoct pills. Back then, I was only using the heavenly alchemy to mess around, and it caused a lot of trouble. And this one, Chi's plus patted Qin Xiang's chest. This killing heart. That was a very mysterious thing. Back then, my master couldn't even control it, so he gave it to me. My master seeking death in this reincarnation was one of the reasons to get rid of this killing heart. Qin Xiang had always been worried about the mysterious soul inside the killing heart. Senior, what about you? Can you control it? Qin Xiang asked anxiously. He can't control himself either. Back then, when he lost control of himself and almost killed all of us, that's why he ran off to the infernal realm to seek death, because he didn't want to live anymore. Jiang Sheng said, but he did not die and managed to save a group of subordinates. Chi's plus nodded his head. Later on, when I found out that I was targeted by the HELL Devil Emperor, I paid a huge price, and among those who abandoned my divine weapon, there was this killing heart. All these years I've been suppressed in HELL. I've been thinking about what exactly this killing heart is. My master told me before that this is a mysterious stone that he found in the forbidden land of DS. Both the heavenly alchemy and the heavenly alchemy were obtained from it. Chi's plus looked at Jiang Sheng. After that, he found the old Jiang and helped him refine a heart. After that, he lost control over it a few times, so he was addressed as the D of slaughter. He was the one who killed the vermilion bird back then. I used the vermilion bird's feathers and blood to refine the Suzaku silk. Jiang Sheng sighed, maybe because he felt guilty for killing the vermilion bird. He killed off the subordinates sent by the HELL Devil Emperor, and in the end, gave up on his physical body and gave it to me to refine his body into the slaughtered D's hand. Qin Xiang touched his heart and started to beat even faster. He was worried that he would lose control of his body in the future and make a move on his friends and relatives. Senior, you've been thinking in HELL for so long. Do you know what that is? Do you have any way to restrain yourself? Chun-seong asked anxiously. Senior, you've been thinking in HELL for so long. Do you know what that is? Do you have any way to restrain yourself? Chun-seong asked anxiously. Jiang Sheng looked at Chi plus, waiting for his reply. Chi plus furrowed his brows and took a deep breath. I think that it should be a divine deity and one that is a god of death at that. At that time, this so-called profound cold ancient realm had once sent a group of gods to this place. I'm not too sure about the specifics, but in short, a true god of killings came here and even died, leaving behind this divine deity. The divine deity contains a strong will of the god of slaughterers, which is why it was able to go out of control. After Chen-seong and Jiang Sheng finished listening, both of them widened their eyes and slowly inhaled. This was actually a set of divine deity. Is this for real? Why do you only know now that you took over the divine deity of that craving dragon in the past? Jiang Sheng still could not believe that this rare divine deity was actually in Chen-seong's body. Heavenly Dragon Supreme Lord's divine deity has only just been formed, and is completely different from this kind of divine deity that has been formed for a long time. Her divine deity is still in the form of a soul body, and I've never seen any other divine deity before. Chi plus said. In that case, the god who possesses the stone divine deity must be very strong. Jiang Sheng looked at Chun-seong with a little envy. Clutching his chest, Chun-seong felt the crazily pulsing killing heart. This was actually a set of divine deity, and it was much stronger than what Long Shui had condensed back then. Right now, what I am certain of is that the hidden consciousness within the divine deity was unknowingly suppressed by this kid. So don't envy him. Chi plus said. Back then, Master and I both possessed this divine deity, and we often lost control of it, so we had to use a great amount of power to suppress it. Chun-seong nodded his head. Because of the influence of the consciousness inside, I once displayed a terrifying sword strike that was inconsistent with my strength. At that time, I thought that there was a mysterious soul within the killing heart, but who would have thought that it was only the consciousness of the divine deity? Hi plus said with a serious expression on his face. This is somewhat troublesome. This divine deity's subconscious is filled with killing intent. In this period of time, you have to fuse with this divine deity and completely control it. This is the god of slaughter's divine deity, and it's the kind of perfect state. If you are gradually affected by him, you will become a real god of slaughterers in the future. Under the influence of the god of slaughter subconscious, you will become someone else. This is extremely dangerous. Chun-seong's face was covered in perspiration. This was exactly what he was worried about the most. What should I do? Chun-seong asked. Using the heavenly alchemy. Refine the divine deity into yours, just like how you refine pills. In the process of refinement, remove all the impurities and leave behind only useful things. Chi plus said. I believe that you can definitely do it using the heavenly alchemy. Chun-seong nodded. Chi plus continued. You cultivated your soul, entered the immortal becoming realm, and fused your dantian into the divine sense sea. You now have to transfer your divine deity to the divine sense sea and refine it there. Then what about my heart? Chun-seong's heart had previously been destroyed, but the killing heart fused with his body later on. Hi plus looked at Jiang Sheng. Do you still have more of those things? Jiang Sheng laughed. There are 3 more. I have preserved them well. Chun-seong was confused. What is that thing? Just as he finished asking, he saw Jiang Sheng taking out a jade box. Opening it, there was a heart that was glowing with a silver light. It seemed to be beating strangely, but every time the heart beat, it would release a ray of holy silver light. This is the sacred heart fruit. When you refine the killing heart into the divine sense C, we will immediately use this sacred heart fruit to replace your missing heart. Chi plus laughed. He grabbed a sacred heart fruit and smashed it onto the ground, and even ruthlessly clapped a few times. Do you see that this thing is very powerful? In the future, with this thing, it will be hard for others to hurt your heart. Jiangsheng also laughed and slapped his hands together. That sacred heart fruit seemed to have the ability to play, and was extremely difficult to break. After replacing your heart with this sacred heart fruit, it can affect your other forms of filth, and even your physical body. This way, your body can become stronger, and there aren't many good things like this. Chi plus chuckled. Rest assured. Go refine the killing God heart. What a powerful saint fruit. I wonder how it would be used to concoct pills. Chun Xiang took out a bunch of Creation Divine Liquid S and said, "Is there any way to split them into two? Let me see if I can duplicate them." After Chun Xiang cultivated the Alive Slain method, his Creation Divine Liquid had become a lot more powerful, but he did not go into the depths of the Alive Slain method to comprehend it. So his current Creation Divine Liquid, still, could not be compared to LV Chilean's current state. Senior, have you never created this kind of liquid when you were cultivating the Alive Slain method in the past? Chen Xiang was suddenly curious. He wanted to seek Chi plus S advice. No, I don't know. The Heaven-Earth killing method is too complicated, but my main focus is on killing. Hi plus shook his head, indicating for Jiang Sheng to cut it open. Jiang Sheng took out a kitchen knife and a chopping board that seemed to be moving very frequently. Grabbing the sacred heart fruit that was jumping like a fish, he pressed it to the chopping board and evenly cut it into two sides. Chun Xiang immediately released his D power and sealed the wound on the sacred heart fruit to prevent it from losing energy. Then he poured one of it into the Creation Divine Liquid and poured it into a small jade bottle in his hand. Jiang Sheng and Hi plus were very surprised after that. They saw that only half of the sacred heart fruit emitted a weak white light, and then it quickly grew into a complete piece. After that, Qin Xiang dripped another half of it, and it became the same as the other half, quickly becoming a complete half again. No wonder that gluttonous dragon would follow you around. It's been such a hard job. Why didn't I think of it then? It really is from the Alive Slain method. Chi plus slapped his thigh, truly regretting it back then. If I knew that the Alive Slain method could be used like that, perhaps history would not be like that. And Chi plus were both surprised that one could become two, and that their speed could even be so fast. Chun Xiang grinned. Since I've used up all of that liquid, I need more time to condense it. Can you leave one for me? Of course. Jiang Sheng laughed excitedly. Big Lion, in the future, you have to help me make more. In the future, when I meet this Dan Emperor Tenging, I can exchange him for more holy pellets. Chun Xiang laughed. We should exchange some more holy-level medicinal ingredients from the Dan Emperor, duplicate more of them out, and then exchange them for divine pellets with him. Haha, that's right. Chi plus was also very excited. He silently sighed to himself that after living for so many years, he actually didn't know how to use this method. Then I'll start now. You guys watch over me. If I still haven't woken up by then, please help me take a look at that dragon vein. Qin Xiang said. Qin Xiang was worried that if he wasted too much time, the evil dragon graveyard would be besieged and attacked again. Qin Xiang was worried that if he wasted too much time, the evil dragon graveyard would be besieged and attacked again. When the time comes, I'll let the old Jiang go. As long as he takes action, as long as a few guys of the 9 emperors and 5 venerables level don't appear, he'll be able to deal with them. Chi plus placed her hand on his shoulder. Rest as, assured, go cultivate. If you can refine that divine deity, then you will definitely become stronger. Chun Xiang closed his eyes in relief and relaxed his entire body, allowing himself to enter a state of tranquility. He treated himself as a pill furnace and the killing heart as a medicinal ingredient. What he needed to do now was to refine the killing heart, and then think of a way to make it enter the divine sense C, and then solidify it. The killing G, D heart was extremely STU, R, DY, and a 7-colored sacred fire burned inside Chun Xiang's body. He controlled the flame to wrap the killing heart, wanting to refine it, but it was extremely difficult. Qi S, H, I, plus and Jiang Sheng, who were beside Chun Xiang, could both feel the hot air emitting from Chun Xiang's body. They admired Chun Xiang's current platinum-ranked body, as well as the fact that only a few of them could actually cultivate jade bones in the 9 emperors and 5 venerables, and Chun Xiang would definitely be able to do so in the future. That was just a matter of time. Years ago, in order to refine that rock into the shape of a heart, I took a very long time to succeed. Although his current flame is a 7-colored sacred fire, it is not as tyrannical as my 7-colored sacred fire. Jiang Sheng shook his head. He was very familiar with the killing D heart that he and White Tiger had refined together back then. It's hard to say, but this little demon is the most evil. Ice Emperor was killed by him. His physical body and soul were both destroyed, so I'm worried that HL Devil Emperor would have set his eyes on him very early on. If he has divine deity now, he might become AGOD in the future. HL Devil Emperor doesn't have the authority to collect the soul of AGO Chias. HI Plus said, "There's movement." Jiang Sheng suddenly shouted. Waves after waves of black qi came out from Chun Xiang's chest. It was a very dense gush of killing intent, constantly erupting out. The imposing manner made people feel like it was the shocking wave of killing intent on the battlefield. This killing intent has been forced out by him. He's already refining it to force the impurities out. Jiang Sheng said in shock, "I never thought that he would have figured it out so quickly." Chies, H.I. Plus chuckled. "This little brat's pill refining skills are much better than killing people and assume bags. Maybe he will become a pill saint soon enough. If it was me, I'm afraid I would not know how to refine it." Chun Xiang did not know how he managed to refine the murderous aura condensed inside the killing heart. He only treated his body like a pill furnace and used the techniques in the heavenly alchemy to coordinate with it. With his many years of experience in refining pills, he gradually had a clue. Back then, he cultivated the White Tiger divine technique and condensed a large amount of killing intent, but now, all of it had been released by him. Back then, both the White Tiger and Chi SHI Plus had used this killing heart, and at that time, they had also condensed a large amount of killing intent into the killing heart. At this time, it was extremely difficult for Chun Xiang to purify the divine deity without any impurities. When Chun Xiang was concocting pills, he would not feel the Pa-S, Sage of Time, and it was the same for now. He had been in this state for over a month, and his body was releasing an extremely large amount of killing intent every day. Chi S, H.I. Plus and Jiang Sheng were both strong, so they were not affected at all. What shocked Chi S, H.I. Plus and Jiang Sheng the most was that a black liquid started to leak out of Chun Xiang's body. This was actually condensed into a liquid form of killing intent. It was all condensed into the divine deity. At this time, Chun Xiang had already increased his strength to remove the impurities. If he did not do this, he would not dare to throw this dangerous, killing heart into the divine sense sea. So many. Jiang Sheng took out a cauldron and had Chi S, H.I. Plus put the black liquid inside it to burn. If this level of killing intent was leaked to the outside and touched by some spirit bodies or beasts, a large number of evil spirits and evil beasts would be raised. You fellows, your slaughter truly is heavy. Serves you right for going to H.E.L.L. Jiang Sheng looked at the black liquid that was continuously flowing out from Chun Xiang's body, and kept on flowing out like a gus. H.I. plussing spring. Chi-s. H.I. plus said as his brows knitted together. Master and I were definitely unable to condense this much killing intent. How many living creatures did this fellow with the divine deity kill while he was still alive? Jiangxing shook his head. Maybe what he killed was AGOD, otherwise he wouldn't have condensed such a terrifying killing intent. But this brat is truly powerful. He can actually force it out, and he won't be affected at all as he has suppressed it for so many years. The current Qinxiang was extremely terrifying. Black liquid was flowing out of his 7 orifices, and a small hole had been opened up on his chest area. The black liquid that was forced out of the killing heart caused his body to feel extremely bloated, and luckily he had a devil-suppressing golden body, so this evil killing intent had no effect on him. This situation continued for a month. Jiangxing didn't even know how many cauldrons of black liquid were burned by him, but he and H.I. plus had been busy all day long trying to get rid of the large amount of black liquid flowing out, especially the past few days. This situation had become even more dangerous. What flowed out was not liquid, but black mud, like mud, and the concentration was even higher. It's almost been cleared out. No wonder, Master, and I couldn't suppress that monstrous killing intent back then. So it turns out to be that terrifying. Chi-s-H-I plus exclaimed, being able to fall into the hands of this brat can also be considered luck. Otherwise, 9 Heaven World would have long been annihilated. Jiangsheng was a little tired and ate a fruit. Someone with this kind of divine deity shouldn't be an evil G.O.D. who escaped from HLL, right? Who knows? Chi-s-H-I plus looked at Qinxiang's rapidly healing body and laughed. This is a Yulong blood, and also a very pure one. I even thought he was a draconian. Just as he said that, Qinxiang's body suddenly spewed out a burst of white light, especially at the location of his chest. At the same time that the white light shot out, it produced a terrifying suction force that sucked in all the pure energy from outside. After Qinxiang channeled his heavenly alchemy, he was already in a dazed state. No matter what happened, how could he know? However, at this moment, he strongly felt a frightening power surging into his divine sense. The blurry Qinxiang was woken up by the power that was pouring into the divine sense, and he became much more clear-headed. At this moment, he could see that the inside of his divine sense was expanding until it shone with multicolored light. The blurry Qinxiang was woken up by the power that was pouring into the divine sense, and he became much more clear-headed. At this moment, he could see that the inside of his divine sense was expanding until it shone with multicolored light. The killing G.O.D. heart has been refined. Qinxiang felt that his chest was extremely uncomfortable, his heart was beating extremely hard, and was shrinking at the same time. It's about to begin. Chi-s-H-I plus shouted. Jiangsheng immediately took the sacred heart fruit and went to Qinxiang's side to feel the changes in his heart. The special, powerful, multicolored light inside Qinxiang's divine sense was gradually expanding, and it hung in the sky above the divine sense for more than 10 days. His heart was already empty, and when the blood in his entire body stopped flowing, he suddenly felt a cool sensation on his chest. When Jiangsheng discovered that Qinxiang's killing heart had completely disappeared, he immediately used the sacred heart fruit to press it against Qinxiang's chest. With a flash of the sacred heart fruit's multicolored light, it miraculously seeped into Qinxiang's skin and muscles and entered into his heart, quickly fusing with Qinxiang. The blood flowed through the heart and into the entire body, causing Qinxiang's body to become scorching hot. This was because the sacred heart was currently refining Qinxiang's blood, and the strong blood seeped into the muscles and bones, causing his entire body to become even stronger. Refining the divine deity was not as difficult as Qinxiang had imagined. He had thought that it would take a very long time, but it seems that not only was the progress very smooth, he also used very little time. The cloud of light in the divine sense C was gradually shrinking and starting to solidify. It seemed like the final stage of the core formation stage that he was in was very crucial. I wonder how much benefits I'll get from refining this divine deity. Chun Xiang thought to himself. Because of the appearance of this divine deity in the divine sense sea, the ocean water formed by the divine power became restless, frantically surging. If I want to become stronger, then the heavenly Dan should first have to become stronger. The strength of the heavenly pill should have a huge impact on the G-O-D power. Chun Xiang revolved the heavenly alchemy, releasing a powerful divine force, compressing the ball of light in order to condense it. When Chun Xiang was condensing the divine deity, there was a huge change in his body. He did not feel it himself because at this moment he was concentrating on condensing his divine deity. The formed divine deity is indeed powerful. His bones just evolved for a short period of time, and now, under the effects of the divine deity, they have started to become stronger again. It seems like this brat can cultivate jade bones very quickly. Chi Plus looked at Chun Xiang's body that was glowing with a purple gold light and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. That divine deity was broken down by him and has been newly condensed together. It can be said that it was formed by him himself, and with his strength he already has a complete set of divine deity. I wonder how strong he will be. Jiangxing said, would he directly possess the strength of A-G-O-D? Chi Plus shook his head. That's impossible. His foundation is too weak. He won't directly become A-G-O-D. It's certain that he'll become stronger, but it's hard to estimate because there's no such example. Chun Xiang's quick changes in his body were all because of the benefits brought by the divine deity. Right now, he was still in the process of refining pellets. As long as he could condense the loose ball of light coming from divine sense C, he would successfully condense his divine deity. As he was concentrating his divine deity, the Lion Mountain suddenly shook violently. When Chun Xiang felt it, he panicked. Calm down, don't worry. Chi Plus immediately shouted, telling Chun Xiang to continue and not to lose control of his mind. Chi Plus gave Jiangsheng a meaningful glance, telling him to go out and take a look. To be able to cause such a huge commotion, it must mean that many of the powerful formations here had already been broken through. In order to allow Chun Xiang to cultivate in peace, Chi Plus had released a barrier which allowed him to float in the air and isolate any sound coming from the outside. This way, even if there were any strong tremors outside, it would not be able to affect Chun Xiang. Jiangsheng returned very quickly, and his expression was not very good. They've attacked us. They won't be able to break through this place in a short period of time. Jiangsheng asked, do you want me to go out and fight them? Those fellows that fought their way here shouldn't be weak. What kind of people are they? Chi Plus thought for a moment and asked, there are 2 black dragons. They should be H-E-L-L dragoness. I never thought that heavenly dragon race would actually raise such things. Jiangsheng's words caused Chi Plus S face to turn solemn. H-E-L-L dragon. This kind of dragon specializes in breaking restrictions and formations. Its strength is not weak either. This is not easy to deal with. Let's wait for this kid to wake up. Besides the 2 H-E-L-L dragon S outside, there are also many powerful sky dragons. My current strength is not what it was in the past. You aren't a professional fighter, so you just have to guard this place well. Chi Plus pondered for a moment and made his decision. Both Chi Plus and Jiangsheng felt a considerable pressure in their hearts. So many years had Pa S said for the heavenly dragon race, and they had obtained the support of the H-E-L-L Devil Emperor for nothing, so it would be difficult for them to not become strong in this heaven realm which was rich in resources. In their eyes, The Emperor's tomb was a huge threat, and they were worried that the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord would revive back then. I wonder if we can hold on. If we can't, then we can only fight them. Chi Plus took a deep breath to calm himself down. He was already prepared to fight. There's no other way. This place has been built for too long and is a bit old. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been destroyed so easily. Jiangxing sighed, took out a spear. I'll go out and deal with them for a while. Give this brat some time. Qunxiang was also worried about the things that were happening outside, but his priority right now was to condense the divine deity. Maybe he could help when the time comes. Jiangxing had already left, and the Lion Mountain had already stopped shaking. It seemed that Jiangxing had been surrounded and attacked outside, preventing the group of sky dragons from attacking him again. However, Jiangxing could not hold on for long, and the Lion Mountain started to shake again. Chi Plus frowned, looked at Qunxiang and said in a low voice, "As soon as possible. I'm worried that you won't be able to hold on for long here." After he finished speaking, Chi Plus teleported from one of the transmission array S to the outside. Qunxiang had heard Chi Plus S words just now, and this gave him quite a bit of pressure. This was because he was extremely pressed for time, and condensing divine deity still required a period of time. The Lion Mountain calmed down, but the fight beside the Lion Mountain was extremely intense. The aftermath of the attack struck the Lion Mountain and was blocked by the powerful formations, causing the Lion Mountain to not be shaken, but the formations could not hold on for long. Under such a situation, even the formations laid out by Jiangxing would not be able to escape death. It could be imagined how many strong sky dragons came from the heavenly dragon race who were attacking the Lion Mountain. After Chi Plus went out to defend the enemy, the energy that was protecting Qunxiang's barrier gradually weakened. Qunxiang slowly descended and landed on the ground. The Battle of Dragons, if this continues, this place will soon be destroyed. I need to hurry up and condense my divine deity. The purple golden glow on Qunxiang's body flickered rapidly. While he was condensing his divine deity, the bizarre and powerful energy within the divine deity was also altering his physical body, causing him to improve rapidly in every aspect. Boom! A series of violent sounds came up beside Qunxiang's ears. A huge boulder fell down, and under such a violent attack, the Lion Mountain finally could not hold on anymore, and the boulder above could not help but fall down. Fortunately, the light rays that Qunxiang released were accompanied by a strong repelling force. If anything approached him, it would bounce away, and even if a huge rock the size of a small mountain were to fall, it would be bounced back by a very strong force. The belly of the Lion Mountain was a very precise place. The rocks continued to fall, causing the ground to shake violently. Rumbling sounds came from all directions, and rocks to fly everywhere, while Qunxiang continued to sit there and concentrate on condensing his divine deity. Otherwise, his previous efforts would have been in vain. The huge stone chamber in the middle of the mountain was now filled with falling rocks. The entire mountain had collapsed, and the aftermath of the battle kept on attacking the huge rocks. It didn't take long for the huge rocks to shatter and be razed to the ground. Plus, you have indeed been resurrected, but so what? You no longer have the strength that you used to have. Now we can kill you. A middle-aged man dressed in gorgeous red robes held a huge blade that flickered with red light. On the surface of the blade was carved a mighty red soaring dragon, and this blade looked very similar to the green dragon demon-slain broadsword. Plus scoffed. No matter how weak I am, I'll at least eat your 2 sky dragons. You guys might sell yourselves to the Devil Emperor later on. So what's the point of you living alive? At least we can live, and you have to stay in and suffer. The red-robed middle-aged man laughed sinisterly, then released a sharp dragon roar. transforming into a blood-red shadow that rushed towards Chi-S, Hi+. The few gigantic dragons floating in the distance all changed their shape. Holding their holy weapons, they surrounded Chi-S, Hi+, and changed into their original form of a giant dragon. They would only consume a lot of energy, and their movements would not be as nimble as a human's. In the distance, Jiangsheng was crazily being slashed by two black-faced big men. Two big men in black robes were wielding two long black blades in their hands, releasing a black aura that whistled through the air, agilely and powerfully attacking towards Jiangsheng, who was dodging constantly. Chi-S, Hi+, only had one sword in his hand, and it was not even a holy sword, but in his hands it was extremely powerful. When he clashed with the holy weapons, he did not lose out to them at all, and he was facing a few heavenly dragons alone. Although he looked like he was being suppressed, his strength made people admire him. He had just revived and was in a very weak state, able to take care of these powerful heavenly dragons. Blood Dragon, I never thought that after so many years, you would still be so useless. Right now, I'm only supporting my body with a weak remnant soul. But you still can't beat me, haha. Chi-S, Hi+, laughed out loud. A vast map of the mountain appeared behind him. The most terrifying thing was that inside the mountains that were as tall as the clouds, beasts were roaring continuously. Russ. Plussing forward. Tens of thousands of huge beasts madly rushed forward while roaring non-stop. Their imposing manner was filled with killing intent and deterrence. Blood Dragon, don't forget my heaven-earth killing method. Chi-S, Hi+, laughed sinisterly. He opened up both his arms and trembled, only to see the sky suddenly cross. Plussing down a gigantic mountain, bringing with it a majestic chi pressure. It seemed so real, but when it crashed down, it turned into a powerful force that bombarded the bodies of the heavenly dragons. With such a concentrated attack, it was difficult for them to dodge, and they were instantly bombarded dozens of times. Chi-S, Hi+, had already disappeared. The red-robed middle-aged man was shocked, looking for Chi-S, Hi+'s location, suddenly hearing a tearing dragon roar. Amongst the chaotic attacks, Chi-S, Hi+, chose to use an extremely fast sword technique to behead a sky dragon who had been smashed by a huge mountain. Don't try to be brave. Release the last two H-E-L-L dragon. A dragon roared. Chi-S, Hi+'s expression changed because H-E-L-L dragon were currently very powerful. The two big men in black robes that Jiangsheng was facing were like two H-E-L-L dragon. If he were to release two more, he and Jiangsheng would not be able to take it. Seeing how powerful Chi-S, Hi+, was, the blood dragon did not drag him any longer and threw out two black beads. Two B-A-L-L-S of black mist burst out in the air, and two jet black dragons that emitted a bitter death aura rushed out from the two black mist. Just at this moment, the Lion Mountain that had turned into ruins suddenly shot out a strong burst of white light. The aura that the light carried made both Sky Dragon and H-E-L-L Dragon feel threatened. Attack that place together. The blood dragon roared, the power of the heavenly dragon circulating throughout its entire body suddenly, but Chi-S, Hi+'s sharp sword had already come SLA's. H-I+ing over. Just as Chi-S, Hi+, stopped the blood dragon, the two H-E-L-L dragoness that had just appeared spat out two gigantic black beams of light. Bringing with them a very evil and powerful energy, they smashed into the pile of ruins on the ground, transforming into a black, churning wave. The wave roared and churned crazily on the ground, turning the ruins into flat ground. The other sky dragons took advantage of the fact that Chi-S, Hi+, was being held back by the blood dragon, and started to launch their strongest attacks one after another, releasing many gigantic dragon silhouettes. which emitted a strong multicolored light and brought along more than half of the sky dragon's power to attack the area where the terrifying white light was. UBASTARDS. Chi Plus was furious. He released a roar. The sky suddenly turned black, and a large number of stars appeared, and the stars were getting closer and closer, as though they were going to fall down. Great Luotian. Chi plus S entire body was BRIMMING with killing intent. A huge star suddenly fell from the sky. The star ignited with raging flames, dragging a long tail, as though it had become countless times larger than a meteor, and instantly smashed onto a huge L dragon's body, breaking it at the waist. The star fell to the ground and exploded into a violent wave of fire. A wave of fire that seemed to cover the sky appeared from the ground, engulfing this small SPAC that was separated from the outside world. Hi Plus thought that Qinxiang was hopeless and couldn't care so much about it. He kept his distance from the heavenly dragons and L dragon, and used heaven-earth killing method to attack crazily. The L dragon will not die. The blood dragon sneered. It shattered a star, and an energy HI plus ELD appeared around its body to resist the power of the star explosion. The HELL dragon that was smashed into two pieces by the stars turned into a ball of black energy and gathered together. Then it turned into a huge black dragon once again. Who said that? The sudden voice made HI plus and Jiangxing happy. It was Qinxiang's voice. Qinxiang was indeed in great danger just now, but he had also instantly condensed his divine deity and executed spatial travel, arriving in the air and avoiding the berserk attacks of the HELL dragon. The blood dragon looked up into the sky. Qinxiang was dressed in a profound Wu diamond armor's robe, holding on to a green dragon demon-slain broadsword. His body was glowing with a silvery white light. Green dragon, demon-slain broadsword. This fellow is Qinxiang. The blood dragon had just finished speaking, but HI plus had already slashed out a few times, causing him to be distracted and almost got hit by HI plus. Qinxiang shouted, "Leave these HELL dragon to me." Qinxiang, who had fused with the divine deity, broke through the 9th cycle of the sacred transformation and immediately became a saint. Adding his green dragon, demon-slain broadsword, and his devil-suppressing kung fu, it was the most appropriate choice to deal with these HELL dragon. Then be careful. HI plus shouted. The holy devil-suppressing seal appeared in Qinxiang's palm. He merged the holy devil-suppressing seal into the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword, causing it to suddenly become extremely huge, like a gigantic blade that could split heaven and earth. On the blade, there were words that flashed with a shock sound. He agilely brandished the gigantic blade, chopping towards the HELL dragon that had just recovered, and cut it into two again. This time the HELL dragon roared, clearly sensing the threat Qinxiang posed to him. This kind of thing is best to kill. Qinxiang sneered, and from the sky above the cut HELL dragon, a heavenly like holy devil-suppressing seal, like the heavens collapsing, quickly came Kraz. HI plussing down SMAs. HI plussing onto the body of the severed HELL dragon. The HELL dragon that was suppressed by the holy seal started to struggle madly, and the black chi that was emitted from its body was melted by the divine light released by the holy devil-suppressing seal, causing the HELL dragoness to turn into black dust that sprinkled onto the ground. You killed the HELL dragon. Aren't you afraid of being targeted by the HELL devil emperor? The blood dragon immediately became terrified. These HELL dragon were borrowed from the HELL L Devil Emperor. They were extremely powerful, but now they were all killed by Qin Xiang in a matter of seconds. Qin Xiang looked at the other furious L dragon. At this time, his divine blade had already changed to its original form, and the holy seal was back in his hands. As long as there were no L dragon's threats, Qi Hi plus S pressure would not be that great. Don't bother with the L dragon. Kill him with the 2 fire dragons and bring the L dragon over here. The blood dragons saw that Qin Xiang's holy devil-suppressing seal and the devil-suppressing magic power had a huge killing power towards the evil demon and immediately made arrangements. At the same time, it used all its strength to suppress Qi plus and prevent him from killing them during the exchange. Don't even think about succeeding. Qi plus threw a palm attack towards the 2 sky dragons that were Rus. I plus ing towards Qin Xiang, but part of it was shattered by the blood dragon. But the other 2 heavenly dragons that were in the human form were still shaken to the point where they vomited blood. That L dragon had already distanced itself from Qin Xiang and came to the blood dragon sect to deal with Qi plus together. In the distant Jiangsheng, dealing with 2 L dragon by himself was already extremely strenuous, and he couldn't care about Qin Xiang and Qi plus aside. Qin Xiang looked at the 2 flying sky dragons and gripped his divine blade tightly. He could already tell that the 2 sky dragons had consumed a lot of energy, otherwise they wouldn't have been injured by Qi Hi plus just now.